I am not gambling. I just refuse to. Good afternoon.
I'm sorry. Yes, that's okay. I just cleaned my desk.
Welcome to the Judiciary Committee. My name is Senator Justin Wayne. I represent Legislative District 13, which is North Omaha, Northeast Douglas County. I serve as the chair of Judiciary. We will start off by having members of the committee and staff do self-introductions, starting with my right, Senator Ibach.
Good afternoon, Senator Teresa Ibach from District 44, which is in Southwest Nebraska.
Good afternoon, Senator Terrell McKinney. I represent District 11, which is North Omaha.
Josh.
Oh, Josh Henningsen.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wendy DeBoer. I represent District 10, which is in Northwest Omaha.
Good afternoon, Senator Carol Blood, representing District 3, which is Western Bellevue and Southeastern Papillion, Nebraska.
Rick Holcroft, District 36, West and South Sarpy County.
There'll be senators who will be coming in and out. They have hearings and introducing bills in other hearing rooms, so people don't take it as a sign of disrespect. It's just that there's also other hearings that they may have to attend and open them for. Also assisting us are our committee pages, Logan Burtek from Norfolk, oh, it's right there, Burtek, who is a political science and criminology major at UNL, and also Isabel Cold from Omaha, who is a political science and pre-law major at UNL. I really hate the way this room sounds. This afternoon, we will be hearing 3 bills. They will be taken up in the order that was listed outside on the room. On the tables in the back of the room, you will see a blue testifier sheet. If you are planning on testifying today, please fill out one of the blue sheets and hand it to the pages when you come up. This makes sure we keep accurate records of who is talking and when. I would also note that if you would like your presence to be known, that means if you're going to come up here and repeat the same thing over and over, I'm not going to tell you not to come up here, but to help these go a little, if you want position and presence to be, there is a goal at that. As I also note, the legislature policy that all letters must be turned in by noon prior to the committee hearing. You have 10, please give them a proper number of copies. Testimony for each bill will begin with the introducer's opening statement. After the opening statement, we will have 1 hour designated to each position. This is why it's critical that we don't come up and just keep other people that do the same thing. While it's important, you maybe want to be on the record, I would tell you it's easier for a committee if we're going to try to exec maybe today, if we can get out of here on a decent time. Otherwise, if we stay here tonight and maybe weeks even exec these bills. Today, after that, after side to side, each opposite side, and then neutral capacity, the introducer of the bill will be given the opportunity to close. We ask that you begin your testimony by stating your first and last name and spell them for the record. We will be using the 3-minute light system today. When you begin your testimony, it'll be yellow or green. At 1 minute mark, it will be yellow. And then at red, we ask you to wrap up your final thoughts. I am going to be kind of hard on that because we got a lot of people outside and I don't know how many people are testifying. So at 3 minutes, we will ask you to wrap up your final thoughts. Let me be clear about one thing. Props are not allowed. I believe in the First Amendment and I believe in the Second Amendment, but props are not allowed. We will not have signs in here and we will not have open carry in here while I'm sitting here at this. That's just, to me, that is all a prop, whether it's free speech or whether it's two-way. I'm a fundamental believer in both, but I do believe the rules are no props, and we're going to stick to that. I also like to remind everyone, including senators, please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate. With that, we will start today's hearings with LB 314. Welcome to your Judiciary Committee.
And I promise I'm not going to be the first one every day in Judiciary. So good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Wayne and members of the Judiciary Committee. For the record, I am John Fredrickson, John Fredrickson. I represent District 20 in Central West Omaha. And I'm happy to be here today to introduce LB 314, which creates an important point of intervention for someone who might be purchasing a firearm for the purposes of suicide. I am passing out AM 68 that I would ask with the bill. This amendment is the result of my work with health professionals, the Nebraska Firearms Association, and the Governor's Policy Research Office to make the bill easier to operationalize and to eliminate the fiscal note. As amended, this bill requires firearm dealers to distribute to all firearm purchasers information on suicide prevention, including materials that provide evidence-based information aligned with best practices in suicide prevention. Such materials shall include information on the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. The Nebraska State Patrol shall maintain and publish a list of materials that firearm dealers may use. LB 314 also requires the Nebraska State Patrol to include suicide prevention training within its minimum requirements for handgun training and safety. I want to thank Senator Brewer for being an original co-sponsor of this bill, and I also want to thank Senators Hughes and Dover for also adding their names. I am also happy to have the support of the Nebraska Firearms Association, whom I have invited here to testify today. According to the most recent statewide suicide prevention plan from the Kim Foundation and the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services Division of Behavioral Health, the Nebraska suicide rate was higher than the national average. In 2020, we had 283 deaths by suicide. In fact, a Nebraskan is lost to suicide every 32 hours. Veterans are at increased risk nationwide. According to the United Service Organization, military suicide rates are 4 times higher than deaths that occur during military operations. In 2020, Congress designated the new 988 dialing code to operate through the existing National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. This line was activated in Nebraska last year. When someone calls the line, they are connected with a trained crisis counselor. While the availability of this line is enormously important, there are still many people who are not aware of it. The statewide suicide prevention plan recommends increasing awareness of the 988 number. LB 314 is an important step in that direction. As a mental health professional myself, I know that with every touch point for an individual in an acute crisis, we can move the needle and decrease behavior that might be based on impulsivity. Because it can be so difficult to know when someone may be having thoughts of suicide, it is vital to have these touch points in place. Many are not aware that most firearm-related deaths are by suicide. In addition, of those suicide attempts by firearm, 90% of them are fatal, according to the American Public Health Association. LB 314 will allow us to implement some of the important goals laid out in the statewide suicide prevention plan. Much more needs to be done in the coming years to continue to build on the 988 network infrastructure. I asked the Judiciary Committee to advance LB 314 with AM 68 and provide this important step in suicide awareness and prevention. Also, I am likely to waive closing as I have another bill up in HHS, but I am happy to answer any questions should they arrive during the hearing. Please direct those directly to my office, and I'm happy to answer any questions currently as well.
Are there any questions for Senator Fredrickson? I don't see any Senator Fredrickson, but thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'll take the first proponent testifier.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Hebenstien, Juliahebenstreit, and I am here to testify in support of LB 314 on behalf of the Kim Foundation and the Nebraska Association for Behavioral Health Organizations, NABHO. We know that suicide remains a significant public health concern for Nebraskans of all demographics. We also know that early intervention, education, and lethal means safety are keys to saving lives from suicide. LB 314 will allow for these safety components to occur in a coordinated manner statewide in a very high at-risk method of death by promoting safe and responsible gun ownership and utilization. However, please keep in mind, this is not a firearms bill. This is a suicide prevention bill. The Kim Foundation partners with the Omaha Police Department, Sarpy County Sheriff's Department, and Douglas County Sheriff's Department by having a staff member on call 24/7 to receive notification of any suicide-related death in our community. We then provide loved ones support through the immediate crisis and connect them to the necessary resources. This partnership also provides a report for each suicide death that allows us to track gender, age, means, and zip code data so that we have an accurate, timely picture of suicide trends in our community. In 2022, we lost 97 community members who resided in these reporting jurisdictions to suicide. Of those 97, 60 were by firearm. According to the most recent national data available from AFSP, in 2020, there were 45,979 suicide deaths in our country. 52.83% of those were by firearm. However, if you look at our 2022 collected data, 61.9% of our suicide deaths in the Omaha community were by firearm. That puts us nearly 10% higher than the national average and should be alarming to anyone who cares for the overall well-being of our state. Through LB 314, Nebraska would have the opportunity to prevent a number of these deaths by providing a point of early intervention for someone who may be purchasing a firearm for the purpose of suicide. Oftentimes, information alone is enough to save a life from suicide, but certainly responsible and safe ownership of a firearm is even more crucial. We are at a unique time in Nebraska with several statewide initiatives focused on suicide prevention, including the new Suicide Prevention State Plan, the Governor's Challenge, and the successful implementation of 988. By leveraging these initiatives and with prevention methods drawn out in LB 314, the number of Nebraskan lives we can save from suicide is quite significant. We know that many people who are in suicidal crisis do not want to die. They're in extreme pain and don't know where to turn. They have lost hope and feel like they're alone. By providing resources at this crucial point of purchase and licensure, we could reach them with the information that could save their life. Many people don't know that 988 is available or what it is. Sharing this information and that a trained crisis counselor is available 24/7 could provide the hope that someone needs to help eliminate the feeling of being alone.
Can you please wrap up?
NABHO and the Kim Foundation support LB 314 because it promotes sound prevention and early intervention components. We believe that it can play a role in saving a life from suicide, and this empowers to do just that. We
Ma'am, the red light's on.
encourage you to support passing LB
See,
314 out of committee.
I'm just gonna warn everybody, I will ask people to leave the room if they do this, because it's gonna take us all night. Like,
Okay.
when the red light's on, please be respectful and stop, because most of the time, one of us up here is gonna ask you a follow-up question that'll get to you, probably what the rest you have to say. So, any questions from the committee?
I
Seeing that-
apologize.
No,
By
you're fine.
wrapping up, I thought you meant like
No,
finish
you're
your
fine.
sentence. All right.
Thank you for coming today. Next proponent. Welcome to your judiciary.
Thank you. My name is Patricia Harold, PATRICIA and I stand in support of this bill. I lost my husband February 29th, 2012 to suicide by firearm. Several months thereafter, I was connected with the Foundation for Suicide Prevention, a fantastic organization here in Nebraska and also nationally. And very shortly thereafter, began my own journey of education and eventually became a firearm owner. And I'm actually the president of the gun lobby in our state. So I'm kind of unique. Most folks wouldn't assume that someone like me with my experiences would turn to firearms for self-protection. However, it is my right. And as a mom of a 7-year-old and 11-year-old at the time, being able to defend my home and my family and myself was important. To say that I care about the firearm community, I don't need to describe how much I care about the firearm community. And it is a unique community, and it faces suicide in amounts that are just untenable. Why I'm here today is because there's too much misinformation and lack of education within our community. There are myths that seeking help, going to therapy, staying on your medication, and calling a crisis hotline reduces or eliminates your right to have your firearm, and that's not the case. And I've always been a proponent of education versus legislation, and I think this bill is perfect in the sense that it reaches out to our communities in an educational and thoughtful way. It is not a burden to the firearms community in any way. And it can save one life, it could save thousands. And that's the case that I have found. When we have partnered with the Foundation for Suicide Prevention, we've done educational seminars at our annual meeting, reaching out to over 26,000 firearm owners in our state. They've been welcomed. And I think have made a tremendous difference. And if we can continue to do this by introducing all the new firearm owners to these resources in our community, we can save lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next proponent. Welcome to your judiciary.
Thank you. My name is Melody Vaccaro, Melody Vaccaro, and I represent Nebraskans Against Gun Violence, and we are supporters of LB 314. I wanted to get in the record some of the statistics around firearm suicide. When we look to reduce gun violence, firearm suicide is the majority of gun deaths in our state. And so in the handout, I've got listed out from 2010 to 2020, which is the most recent CDC data. You can see all the suicides in our state and then how many of them were firearm suicides. And so for 2020, it was 283 was the entire number, and 139 was the suicide by firearm. And then we have firearm mortality on the second page. And so you can really, when you compare the two, in 2020, there were 197 firearm deaths, and 139 of them were suicides. So I wanted to put that in there. I also, we'd like to just get in the record that we think it's really important to get education to the right communities that need it, where it would be the most helpful. And later today, we are going to be talking about LB 77, which removes a training component for people who want to carry concealed handguns in public spaces. And that would, I think, weaken the power of this bill by removing an important opportunity to train and give education to the exact group of people who I think could benefit and really save a lot of families a lot of pain. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from me? Yes, Senator Hopper.
Your column there, age-adjusted rate, what does that mean, age-adjusted?
So a statistician would probably give the best definition of it, but it basically is a way to fairly compare a number over time. So if you just do, there's a way that they tweak the math. So that's just kind of a standard way to show statistics over time. But it's a good question, and it's you generally will see it on any sort of this is what's happening over time with a percentage that they'll have an age adjusted if it's about people.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Sina, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next proponent.
Good afternoon,
Welcome.
Chairman Wayne and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Michelle Bates, Michelle I have been affected directly by firearm suicide. My grandfather on January 3rd, 1971 committed suicide by firearm. And as I was growing up, I didn't understand my father's trauma or reactions to firearms. A simple game of playing Cowboys and Indians or Cap guns or something such as that was enough to get my father upset and take the Cap guns away because he did not believe we should be pointing them at each other. I learned as I got older that that was because of the trauma of finding his father deceased by firearm. On November 16th, 2014, a local community member and also the employer of my son who was a teenager at the time committed suicide by firearm. On August 2nd, 2016, my cousin Julie committed suicide by firearm at the age of 53. These situations have directly affected my life and our family's lives. And I think that educating people about firearms and about suicide prevention and firearm suicide is very necessary. And I believe that LB 314 will do that. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? I just want to say sorry for your
Thank you.
losses. Thank you for being here today. Next proponent. Welcome to your judiciary.
Thank you. My name is Katie Townley, Katie Townley. Good afternoon. Thank you for having
Can
me.
you speak up just a little
Sorry. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me and for hearing my testimony today. I am an Omaha resident and a volunteer with the Nebraska chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. I am a wife, a mother of 2 young children, and like many of us, I have friends and family members who suffer from depression. I am testifying today in strong support of LB 314, a bill that would promote the distribution of suicide prevention materials, including information on the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline to firearm purchasers. 74% of gun deaths in the state of Nebraska are suicides. Nationally, we know that the rate of firearm suicide in rural areas is more than double the rate in urban areas. Research shows that the difference between living or dying by suicide is often determined by the presence of a gun. Given the unique lethality of firearms as a means of suicide, addressing gun suicide is an essential element of any strategy to reduce gun violence in this country. Providing information on warning signs of suicide risk, as well as hotline and treatment resources at the point of sale of a firearm, is a critical public health and public safety measure. I encourage members of the committee to vote yes on LB 314. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? See you. Thank you for being here. Next proponent. Welcome to your committee.
Good afternoon, Senator Justin Wayne and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Amanda Pearson. I am from Kearney, and I am the Director of Development for McKenna's Ray of Hope Foundation, a volunteer for the Central Nebraska Lost Team, and the chairperson for the First Responders Foundation chapter in Kearney. I am here not only to support this bill because my job is to teach suicide prevention, and it's not because I volunteer to sit and offer compassion, resources, and support to families who have just lost someone to suicide, but because I myself have struggled with the thought of suicide. In 2007, I lost my husband to suicide. I was 24 years old, a mother of 2 small children. To sum it all up, I was lost, hurt, confused, angry, sad, and had no idea how I would ever be able to continue. Not only did I lose my husband, but I lost everything: my home, my job, my sense of belonging. This was my breaking point. I became suicidal myself. I had to stop playing. December was a 9mm Taurus handgun. Why? Because it was going to be a quick solution to my temporary intolerable pain. 6 times seems excessive, but I'm one of the lucky ones because each time I was interrupted when I was moving forward to follow through with my plan. Why? Who honestly knows? I could hear my grandpa tell me my job here on this earth is not done, and I had finally realized that this is not my destiny, and at that time I began my healing journey. During these dark times of mine, I didn't remember I could call a number and get help. I didn't have the different resources I could use because at that time I couldn't. All I could think about was how I was going to end the suffering that I was going through because of my husband's suicide. And here I am, almost 16 years later. I'm not a statistic. The new me is a responsible gun owner. I have taken the handgun safety course and received my permit. But what about all those people who just go in and fill out that application? That usually takes about 3 days for a purchase permit. Then they go to the gun shop and purchase a firearm with the intention of only using it once to end their own life. What if the information about 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, or even resources about suicide prevention that these hurting souls would receive becomes the one intervention they needed to reach out and ask for help? What if during that handgun class, when they talk about suicide prevention, that it sticks in one person's mind sitting in that class because suicide is something that they have thought about? I believe that if we continue to talk about suicide, discuss the ways it can be prevented, and offer the information, then the stigma will begin to lift. And everyday heroes, aka our first responders, will not be afraid to reach out when they need to, and that it is okay to not be okay. I'm asking you all to join me today in supporting LB 314. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and sorry for your loss. Any questions from the committee? Thank Thank you for being here. Next proponent. Next proponent. All right, seeing no proponents, we'll start with opponents. Any opponents? Okay, we gotta wait here for an hour. I'm sticking strictly to my rules. All right, anybody testifying in the neutral capacity? Seeing none, you're welcome to close. Senator Fredrickson. Senator Fredrickson, wait, okay, where we at here? All right, we got 16 letters of support, 6 letters of support, 9 letters in opposition, and 1 letter in neutral. Okay. And that will close the hearing on LB 314. Dang, she ready to jump into the next one. Can I get a second for the room to clear? Calm down. But I am gonna figure out.
That is much better. Wow, I didn't realize how bad that was. I didn't
The whole
realize how
color
bad it
changed.
was.
Yeah, like everything is clear.
Whoa.
Feels less intense.
Our reading of deduction. See, I skipped the third one. Yeah, I figured it.
That was,
All right.
that was crazy.
We are opening on LB 17. Welcome to your Judiciary Committee, Senator Duncan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wayne and members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Senator George Duncan, Georgedungan. I represent the people of Northeast Lincoln in Legislative District 26. Today, I'm introducing LB 17. On your desks, I've passed out AM 58. That's a white copy amendment to LB 17. AM 58 clarifies the scope of LB 17 to better reflect my intent. Under current law, it is a felony to bring a firearm onto school grounds. Nebraska Revised Statute 281204.04 provides for limited exceptions to that prohibition as enumerated in the statute. One current exemption to the law is for on-duty law enforcement officers. The law, however, does not encompass off-duty officers. AM 58 specifically and limitedly allows for the possession of firearms by full-time off-duty peace officers for the limited purpose of picking up or dropping off an enrolled student on school grounds. I proposed this legislation after speaking with peace officers. They expressed that they currently find it incredibly logistically challenging to drop off their child on the way to work, pick up a child during the school day, or pick up their child after school because they have a firearm in their possession during these times due to their employment as a full-time peace officer. LB 17 and AM 58 specifically helps parents of school-age children by allowing full-time off-duty peace officers to possess firearms for these particular limited circumstances only. This bill would not allow off-duty peace officers to enter school grounds with firearms for any other purpose, for example, a sporting event or a parent-teacher conference. I am a strong proponent of gun safety and oppose allowing more guns onto school grounds. Allowing more guns onto school grounds poses a safety hazard, and I believe schools should be and remain gun-free zones. However, I trust our peace officers as highly trained professionals. The presence of armed off-duty officers would not pose a safety hazard in these limited instances. Law enforcement officers undergo rigorous weapons training and therefore have a clear understanding of firearms and their capabilities. No person should carry firearms without proper training and certification, as those are both core tenets of responsible gun ownership. I trust our law enforcement officials and the operating procedures in place that they currently have to ensure that those officers are properly educated in firearm safety and handling. The narrow interpretation of this bill with the AM is the one that I intended to advance initially. However, after reviewing my initial LB 17, I determined that the language was too broad and overly vague. This is why I've introduced the amendment to make it clear that this law would apply solely to these limited circumstances outlined in AM 58. Ultimately, my goal is to support our first responders and parents in this small but meaningful way. This concludes my introduction, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time. I do believe we have some proponents who are law enforcement officials that might have more specific answers about their training, but I'm happy to answer any questions about the law the committee might have.
Any questions from the committee? I'm weird about procedurally stuff, so tomorrow, drop this on the floor, so the public can weigh in on for comments as we go through this process. You don't have to, but I always think it's cleaner, then we don't get surprised on the floor. Any questions from the committee? Yeah, I'm gonna probably make that announcement tomorrow on the floor too. It's just, anyway.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none? You gonna stay around for closing?
Yeah, I'll stick around. Thank you.
I was hinting you don't have to. Never.
I-
You're fine.
Here to answer questions.
All right. First proponent. Yeah, I made that mistake. Welcome. First time seeing you this time.
Yes, sir. Senator Wayne, senators of the Judiciary Committee, good afternoon. My name is Jim McGuire, Jim-McGuire. I'm president of the Nebraska Patrol Order Police, which represents over 5,000 law enforcement professionals. My comments will be brief. Understanding LB 17, we are in complete support of this. We are highly trained not just in handling firearms, but the laws surrounding if and when the use of force is justified, which I think is very important. When we look at this bill, the last thing we want to have is some kind of an inadvertent violation of the law when an officer leaves work armed to pick up their kids. And I think it was perfectly explained in the introduction what the intent is, and we are completely in support of that. With that, I'll answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Senator McKinney.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. McGuire. I just got a quick question. How many instances have occurred in the past of an officer dropping their kid off and then them seeing a situation at the school and they interfered in a situation on school grounds?
I don't have any hard numbers or anything like that. If I do recall, there have been instances where officers have been in the area of lockdowns and everything else, and they will show up just to ensure the safety of the children that are in the school.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next proponent. Welcome.
Chairman Wayne, senators, thank you all for your time. My name is Sergio Gutierrez. I'm here representing the Omaha Police Officers Association. Very much on the lines of what Officer McGuire had said. I think this is just a common sense bill. We entrust law enforcement officers to police our society and enforce our rules as a society. I think it just makes sense to not limit their carrying capacity, whether on duty or off duty. And I think there's also federal precedent for it, if I'm not mistaken as well. But keep my comments brief. I'll leave it at that unless you guys have any other questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Thanks, sir.
Any other proponents?
Good afternoon. Thank Chair Wayne and the committee. I'm Captain William Rind, R-I-N-N, representing the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. We are proponents of this bill advancing forward. I'll keep my comments as brief as possible. Law enforcement officials in the state of Nebraska, and particularly Omaha, Douglas County area, are amongst the most highly trained and experienced individuals in the use, handling, and retention of firearms. This experience and mindset does not vanish according to their respective duties as they look at the clock or as the duty day ends. The repetition by law enforcement officers in close quarters combat training and environments specific to education facilities mark them as security multipliers, not as nuisances as the currently outlined in the statute. Flexibility offered by many metro area departments allow law enforcement officers both the time and the opportunity to co-parent by participating in school activities, drop-offs, and pickups before, during, and after their shifts. Law enforcement officers are also entrusted to carry concealed firearms on their persons as a function of plainclothes assignments and in some circumstances, undercover assignments. They're the most also granted the authority to place themselves on duty at a moment's notice to take action during a criminal event, should the need arise. Under those circumstances, most law enforcement agencies and more law enforcement officers, whether on duty or off duty, are known to the students, the faculty members, and the parents alike, which places them as the best trained and positioned to intervene during a violent situation. This will provide a sense of order and familiarity during a chaotic event should it arise. As it stands, securing firearms in a vehicle or another prescribed manner is not only impracticable, but also delays or prohibits the immediate ability to neutralize an armed threat. Success of this bill, which will remove an obstacle, which will allow officers to provide immediate support to arriving armed uniformed officers, which is active shooter protocol as we know it. I'll take any questions at this time.
Any questions from the committee? Senator McKinney.
Sir. Thank you. A question popped up in my head as I was reading this language. What if, so we have school resource officers in schools and across the state, and what if that school resource officer picks up a student and then goes to work at the same time? So the school resource officer is picking up a student that goes to the school that he's assigned to. Is that officer allowed to keep that gun on campus?
Well, that's going to be up to the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement between that agency. Are you allowed to take yourself on and off duty? Some agencies allow you to make short deviations from a duty day to handle personal business.
I asked this question because I know this is narrow, but I think just one change might narrow it to what Senator Dungan might want. Instead of saying enrolled student on school grounds, I think it probably should say his or hers enrolled student on school grounds. But I still think it's kind of vague.
I think that the sheriff's office is open to working on any language that is proposed.
Thank you.
There are questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you for your time.
Any other proponents? Proponents? Any opponents? Welcome back.
Thank you. My name is Melody Vaccaro, Melody Vaccaro. I represent Nebraskans Against Gun Violence, and we are opposed to this bill. I have a handout coming around from a sheriff's office today, from this week, from Bassett, Nebraska, where they have decided that they're not going to enforce federal law anymore regarding guns. Today in Fremont, Nebraska, at Milliken Park Elementary, a elementary school student brought a gun to their class. They thought it was a toy. They found it at home and brought it to school. And so we have a lot of trust in police as a society. We expect them to really protect the public and ensure public safety. But that includes, they have to be pillars of the law themselves. And, you know, we reject the premise that they're not following the law, so we have to change the law because it's too hard of a law to follow. In the current law, there is already some exceptions where they can use a safe storage method and they can leave the gun in the car and unload it and lock it up. There's another component in the law where if you have your concealed carry permit, you can, as long as you stay in the car, you're fine to have a gun sitting in your car, and you can just put it in the glove box or the trunk if you need to leave your car, and that's fine too. So under the current law as it stands. So, we're not really sure why this carve out needs to exist, but we are increasingly concerned about law enforcement being carved out of following the laws that the rest of us need to follow. And one thing I did want to rebut in some of the proponent testimony is the concept that if you have a police officer on site, that your children are safe from mass shootings. There were nearly 400 cops in Uvalde from all levels of government, all levels of training, that did not stop anybody from being shot. There was a SRO at Parkland and in Omaha, Nebraska at Millard South, when there was a school shooting, the student who came and killed fellow students and staff was the son of a police officer, and that was a police officer's gun that was not stored correctly. We count on cops to be model citizens, and that has to happen all the way through, especially with their firearms.
Thank you for wrapping up quickly when you saw the yellow. I really appreciate that. Any questions from the committee? No, and thank you for this. All right, I'm gonna give some brief comments here just to help kind of speed this along. So make sure everybody has blue testifier sheets if you're testifying. Make sure one of our pages grabs them when you come up. That way we can make sure we spell your name accurately for the record. When you testify, please spell your first and last name to begin with. Second, there are no props allowed in this room. That is the rule, and props include any open carry. To me, First Amendment and Second Amendment are both fundamental. You can't walk in here and hang up a sign. You can't open carry in here when you come and testify. Outside of that, I just want to make sure people know that. I will tell you that if you want to keep this going quickly, I know Senator Brewer would like us to try to have a conversation in exec about it tonight. The only way we're going to do that is to make sure that those who are planning on coming up to just give yourself are repeating somebody before. I would encourage you to, instead of coming up to say the same thing somebody said before, go over here. There's some yellow sheets. We can have people in the red coat come around, fill out your yellow sheet, tell us your position. It will be a part of the record and you will be a part of the record, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to continue just repeating things. How judiciary got to go. We don't start having conversations about it tonight, if not tomorrow. This may not get exec on for 3 to 4 weeks. It's just the nature of, we have all-day committee hearings starting on Monday. So it's just the nature of work. So I ask for your cooperation. In no way are we limiting your time and ability to speak, except for the 3 minutes you will have during this. It's a red green light system. Please, at the red light, just stop. Like, I'm not going to ask you to wrap it up. Just stop talking, even if you're half sentence, because somebody up here may ask you to finish your sentence. But I'm trying to make sure we go through this in an orderly fashion and everybody's on the same page and we're all following the same rules. So with that, we will open the hearing on LB 77. Senator Brewer, welcome to Judiciary.
Thank you, Chairman Wayne and members of the Judiciary Committee. For the record, I am Senator Tom Brewer. That's TOMBREWER.
You want to speak up a little bit, Brewer? This is the worst room of all times.
All right, sorry. Fighting a sinus infection, so. All right, I'm here to introduce LB 77. This is a bill that will make Nebraska a constitutional carry state. This has been a bill that has been part of a process since 2017. And maybe that's part of the challenge I have here today, is that the people that are in the hallway and behind me have been great about coming to support the idea of constitutional carry in Nebraska. But as many times as I burn priority bills, as many times I bring it back, we have not made progress on it. And what we're going to do is talk a little about that now. But I think to address that, we need to kind of build a foundation. Why would I do that? Why would I spend that many years and that many priority bills on a bill? I enlisted in the Nebraska National Guard in 1977, took an oath at that time. Turned around when I took the commission as an Army officer, took the oath again. And just like all the senators in this room, on my very first term, I took an oath again. I think that there's a point that we have to determine, what does that oath mean? It is to support, defend, and follow the Constitution. Now, where are my page? Something I want to hand out here. In fact, let's do it again. Both of those out. Save two trips. All right, so what's being handed out, the same thing that I've handed out over and over again, is the Nebraska Constitution. Everybody's pretty familiar with the U.S. Constitution and the Second Amendment. Keep in mind that Nebraska, again, felt it was important enough to not put it any farther than the very first sentences of the Constitution. So what you're going to get is Article 1, Section 1 of the Nebraska Constitution. It says that all of us have the right to keep and bear arms for security or defense or self, family, home, or others, and for the lawful common defense, hunting, recreational use, and all other lawful purposes, and such rights shall not be denied or infringed by the state or any subdivisions thereof. That subdivision includes cities. Now, my personal history is that I've spent 36 years in uniform. So doing is you're going to handle weapons and be a part of that. I don't expect anyone to have that standard. But I have been a competitive shooter, a hunter for decades. And in that process, you kind of get to know folks that are both pro and anti-gun. There's no way to not have that experience. I probably have a unique position in that there are a few that have been on the receiving end, not just the shooting end of weapons. Being shot 7 times doesn't justify me having a special place in this conversation, except the fact that I understand the significance of what I'm asking here today. LB 502 was my first attempt at constitutional carry in 2017. That was part of that process of when you're a freshman and you have bright ideas on bills and you get educated quickly on your failures. So what happens, it got a late hearing and it died a quick death. So in 2021, I came back with LB 236. Some of you guys remember that. It was my priority bill again. And what it would do is it would give counties the power to authorize concealed carry without a permit. So essentially what we're doing is going to the county level instead of the state level with constitutional carry. Again, the group you see behind me were great, and they came and they testified, and we gave it our best shot, and everything was lining up, and we thought we had it. And then the Attorney General sent a memo that said that he believed that the bill was unconstitutional. And what they said was that giving the power to the counties would mean giving away the legislature's power to have an issue that is really a statewide issue delegated to the counties. So what you have in your possession is that document that we received from the Attorney General. On the back, you can see that in the Reader's Digest version of it here, LB 236 addresses a topic, the carrying of concealed weapons, and that it is a matter of statewide rather than local concern, and it cannot be delegated to counties. So what we did at that point was we took 236, we turned it into a bill that helped resolve some issues. We essentially gutted it, and we were able to at least use that bill as a learning tool to move forward. And that moved us into LB 773. And most of you remember that from last year. LB 773 was what we thought we were finally there. We worked hard with the Omaha Police Union to try and find a carve out, an ability to give them what they want and still have constitutional carry. The problem with that is you really can't have both. You either follow the Constitution or you have a special carve out for a city. And the attempt to do that with 773 ended in failure. So this is where we got to LB 77. We have guidance from the Attorney General that says it needs to be a statewide law with no carve outs. We have the Constitution that says it's a constitutional right. So 77 is a clean constitutional carry bill that follows other states. It's following the Attorney General's guidance. The challenge that we have with the way things currently are with the concealed carry card is it costs. And even though some may not think that's an issue, it is, because you're charging for a constitutional right. I'm pretty sure that if we had a permit required for free speech, if we had a permit required to be able to vote, if we had a poll tax, everyone would lose their mind over it. But for some reason, you can say you cannot do what's given to you in the Constitution with your right to keep and bear arms, and we're willing to allow that to happen. That's all constitutional carry is. We have all of our neighbors, with the exception of Colorado, that currently has constitutional carry. As a matter of fact, based on the current census, 118 million people across the United States live under constitutional carry now. That's 1 in 3 Americans. When states possess constitutional carry, you're not seeing an increase in murders with handguns. Again and again, opponents have given the perception that this would become the Wild Wild West. Well, if you remember the discussions when we got concealed carry, when that card was first approved, that was what they said. None of that came about. We're not trying to make Nebraska a pioneer in this. If you just simply look at the fact of all of the states that currently have constitutional carry, like Texas, they're not experiencing this. So we're not trying to find something that's impossible, difficult, scary, or anything else. Missouri has big cities. So why our police would be unable to do the same quality work in the same conditions, constitutional carry, as other states and other cities, I do not know. If you look at the number of police officers who are currently in our ranks compared to 10 years ago, we are down considerably. But if you look at the population, we're at 175,000 more in Nebraska from 2010 to 2020. So we have fewer police, more people. Now, if you go out into my neck of the woods, as I called my sheriffs, everyone is in support of it. Now, I think the police union will come into neutral. And I'm okay with that because Lincoln and Omaha or Douglas and Lancaster, they have different requirements than my officers do out west. But many of them are dealing with a single deputy or two, and they're not fearful of the citizens being armed. As a matter of fact, they think that's an asset they may need to call upon someday. I hate that it's become a battle with law enforcement on this issue. I've always supported law enforcement. I've been a reserve police officer. In the National Guard, I commanded the Special Operations Detachment working with the Nebraska State Patrol and the DEA. In Afghanistan, I commanded the Border Management Task Force, which was all law enforcement. My brother is a sheriff. So, again, I'm struggling with the fact that we've come into this dilemma where it's me against them on this issue, or the citizens against law enforcement. Law enforcement needs all the help they can get right now. I had a bill, LB 582, which was simply to help resolve the issue of stolen guns in Nebraska. It was a gun that was brought to me by the Omaha Police Department. I gladly burned my priority that year on it instead of constitutional carry. I've got LB 265 now, which was brought to me by the that has to be working in the which supports the retirement for Nebraska State Patrol. So this is not the issue that I would like to see it right now, that we're in opposition over this. But I cannot meet what the Omaha Police Department wants me to do with carve-outs and still follow the Constitution and have constitutional carry. I agree with the fact that training is essential, but it should not be a part of what is mandatory for a constitutional right. The Nebraska Firearms Owners Association will have someone, Trish, that will come up and talk about a program that we have in order to allow folks to have free training, not required training. The problem with our current program is that it's a one-size-fits-all, and there's no opportunity to have training that fits the needs of a particular individual. So let's go ahead and wrap this up. I will have a probably extensive close because there'll be plenty of things we can talk through as this day goes on. But I want everyone to understand that I didn't pick this as a personal priority to see it go through this path again. We have tried to put some guardrails in. We have tried to get this to where it's a bill that we can move forward with and that we are not taking one of the paths that we've taken before. But there's no way to get around that. If you're going to support constitutional carry and follow the Constitution, this bill is what we have to move forward with. This bill is about honoring the promises, and I think we have made in writing the Constitution. I would ask for the committee to advance LB 77 to general file as soon as possible, and I am available for questions.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Blood. Well, hold on. Just so everybody knows that Brewer is 25. We only have a half hour left for proponents. No, I'm kidding. That was a great show.
Thank you, Chairperson Wayne. Senator Brewer, I'm going to ask the same question. I see Spike back there too. I have only one question. So would you agree that the Second Amendment already gives us the right to bear arms?
Correct.
So our Constitution doesn't talk about concealed carry or regulated carry. So what I don't understand is why doesn't the federal government uphold the Constitution? Why are we always dealing with this at the state level?
Well, I think what we're trying to do here is follow the Nebraska Constitution. I mean, that's why I handed it out. I mean, there's a lot of federal issues that are not blankets for the entire nation. I think Nebraska was very specific in saying, you know, the very thing that I read through in the beginning, that it was for all of those purposes. And part of that was to protect the individual and the family and your home. And
I don't disagree with any of that. I was just hoping for, my word today is obviously compelling because I said on the floor. But the thing that I never hear ever in the last 6 years is I always hear from all of the supporters behind you, Second Amendment, my Second Amendment right. Well, if this is our Second Amendment right, why the hell can't our federal representatives get their stuff together and make it happen? Why does it keep falling on your shoulders? And why does it keep falling on our predecessors' shoulders?
well, I think there are numerous things that the federal government's failed with. And you know, we've been here a long time and we're trying to fix those. We try at the state level to do as much as we can, but this is one that's within our control here. If we make the decision to move forward with this bill, it will become the law of the land in Nebraska, and we will have constitutional carry like all of our neighbors, except Colorado. And that, I guess, is the purpose of what I'm trying to do here. I don't disagree that a blanket motion on the part of Congress to do something wouldn't be great, but I just don't see that probably happening. So I'm worried about Nebraska, and that's where the focus here is with the bill.
Fair enough.
Any other questions from Senator Geis?
Thank you. And I just have one little question, and it's on the failure to announce. And so as a concealed carry permit holder, if I get stopped for speeding, I have to tell the officer that I have a loaded weapon in my car. And you've included that,
Yes.
announce, which I appreciate, because I think that helps a lot, law enforcement, especially if they're in Lincoln or Omaha, who is a law-abiding citizen and who isn't. The only little tweak that I would just ask to see if and first you tell me your response and then we'll go after that. But for every time that the person fails to respond, they get a misdemeanor, right? So at what point does that person fail be a law-abiding citizen if they continue to not announce, and they have to have some kind of encounter with an officer before they have to announce. So do you see what I'm saying? At what point
Well, I
is that
do, but
person?
understand that by that act, if they have a repeat offense, they're no longer eligible to own a gun and buy a gun, because it is a gun-related offense that they're having. So I think it's a self-correcting problem if they fail to do it.
Well, if that offense results in a felony.
Well, but you can have multiple misdemeanors that can prevent you from being able to purchase a weapon.
It's not a felony charge that makes you a prohibited person? I thought it was just a felony. And
Well, no, it
I'm
can
not
be.
an attorney, maybe I'm wrong with that.
No, it can be. I'm not saying it can't be a felony. What I'm saying though is just by the act of multiple violations,
Mhm.
a failure to inform can cause you to lose your ability to purchase or have a firearm. So, I mean, it is self-correcting to a degree there.
Okay. That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions? See?
No, stick around, close.
Okay. First proponent. Welcome to your committee.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Bruce Desautel, B-R-U-C-E-D-E-S-A-U-T-E, Stratton, Nebraska. I'm forced to be here. Sir, I'm 63 years old. I'm blind in one eye. I travel a lot, and the only protection I have is my sidearm. That's it, and protection from my wife. I have lots of guns. I've never had an issue with the law. I've lived in Nebraska for 17 years. I've never had an issue. Whenever I am carrying, I always announce to an officer if I'm pulled over, which I haven't been pulled over in ages. But my point is this, sir. You know, we have the Bill of Rights. And none of those rights is there a provision where we have to pay a fee and get permission to exercise that right, except for the Second Amendment. I find that very strange. Now, as far as open carry goes, well, that's all well and good, but here's the problem. If you ever walk into a situation where there's an attacker and you're the one that's carrying an open sidearm, guess who's going to be the first one to get shot? That's just common sense. Now, if you're concealed carry, in this case, we're talking constitutional carry, the attacker never knows who's carrying a weapon and who can defend themselves and their neighbors, okay? So with concealed carry, I have to pay $100 to the state. I have to take an expensive, quote unquote, safety training course. And then every 5 years, I have to renew that permit at a cost of $50. That same sidearm, if I'm open carry, I go to my county sheriff. He does a background check on me. And by the way, every time I purchase a firearm, I have to go through a background check. He does a background check on me. I pay a $3 fee, or excuse me, a $5 fee, which is renewable every 3 years to purchase a firearm. That same sidearm, if I want to conceal carry, all of a sudden I've got to go through all this paperwork, fingerprints, be put on a list. And those lists can be looked into by the federal government. And I'm sorry, but I object to that. Subjecting my privacy to possible government intrusion by requiring state registration of my person so to lawfully conceal a firearm endangers my constitutional rights. As presently codified, Nebraska's concealed carry requirements are open to abuse by state and federal authorities, particularly by those who desire to surveil and intimidate lawful owners of firearms. Such laws create a de facto gun registry, making easy the task of government confiscation and perhaps providing the incentive to do so. Now, I've never violated a law in this state ever, especially a firearm law. I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I have no understanding whatsoever. Do people not understand the word infringe? I have no understanding whatsoever why I need to go through all these loops and pay all this money over and over and over again and have my name put on a list and have my fingerprints taken. I haven't broken any
I'm going to
laws.
ask you to wrap up. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
And I appreciate you driving down here. There might be some questions.
Oh.
Any questions from the committee?
Does anybody want to copy my testimony?
Yes, you have it.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
do.
We have it. She has it. Thank you for being here today. Sometimes government's efficiency. We actually got these copies. I would ask that you step out though, so more people can come in. We'll try to get through as many proponents as we can. Thank you so much for coming down. Welcome to your committee.
Thank you for having me. My name is Calverton, Calvin Pemberton. And like Mr. Desitels, I've drove 3 hours to be here just to voice my support of this bill. I don't understand why it is such a tough decision to be made when it is enshrined in not just our national constitution, but in our state constitution. So I know there's going to be a lot of people wanting to testify up here, but to go to Ms. Blood's statement on why it's not got a one size fit all policy, that's because our founders wanted us to have individuality in our states. We're a constitutional republic, so we have that option, and our state chose to allow us to have a free Second Amendment, unopposed, I would consider it. So we don't want a one size fit all for everything, and I don't think there's some states like California and New York, their citizens generally don't want those. And so that's fine for them. But when we're surrounded here in the center of the U.S. and everybody around us has constitutional carry, I don't understand why it would be so hard to implement it here when there's already policies in place and programs that we can learn off of, or a map to go off of, I should say. So thank you guys very much for having me.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Next proponent. I hate to say this, but if you guys like slide down, and that way we'll just keep this to. So like every 2 or 3, just make a slide so more people can come and testify. Go ahead.
My name is Aaron Clements, AARONCLEMENTS. I'm a lifelong resident of Nebraska. I'd like to thank the members of this committee for their service to Nebraska, also Colonel Brewer for his service to this country. Constitutional carry is by definition the ability to carry a firearm without restriction in place by government. In a constitutional carry state, there is no licensing or training required to legally carry a firearm. Concealed carry laws have never stopped a criminal from concealing a weapon. As Martin Luther King said, a right delayed is a right denied. The cost of training and applying for a concealed carry license can prevent lower income individuals from attaining permits. Constitutional carry makes it possible for hardworking, lower income, law-abiding citizens to protect themselves without an undue burden. This bill would make it possible for all Nebraskans to exercise their right regardless of income. Constitutional carry would also reduce government bureaucracy and trim government spending on staffing licensing agencies. Constitutional carry takes the right to bear arms and returns it to the status of a right. If you need to be permitted to carry a gun, by definition, it is a permission or privilege, not a right. I do not believe the right to defend yourself or your family should be contingent upon the government granting you a permission slip to do so. It's time for Nebraska to recognize constitutional carry. It is time for Nebraska to join the 25 other states that have passed laws permitting constitutional carry. It is time that elected officials of this state of Nebraska stand for the uninfringed right of the people of this state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? And for those who are watching online, the official time started at 2:46, so that'll be 3:46. See no questions. Thank you for being here. Welcome back. How'd you get to stay in here?
Connection.
Go ahead.
Get close to this one. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Harold, Patricia Harold. I am president of the Nebraska Firearm Owners Association, representing over 26,000 Nebraskans across our state. During the hearings of previous constitutional carry bills, we listened to our constituents. We listened to folks on the opponent side. We listened to senators who had concerns about education and training. Last year's testimony, we discussed the fact that we had, in a short time frame, I think it was less than 72 hours, we secured 40 ranges and individuals who would be willing to teach a basic fundamental gun safety course at least once a quarter across our state, to demonstrate that the firearm community is about training, it is about education. What we aren't about is forced, bureaucratic, and poorly designed training and education, which is currently what is in the Concealed Handgun Permit Act. If you've ever suffered a bad CHP class, you will know what I'm talking about. To that end, we have continued our educational focus. So we're proud to announce that we are actually going to expand training opportunities, because what we discovered last year is there is almost 2 million people in our state and only 4.3% of our population with a Concealed Handgun Permit Act. And all the focus was is we have to have CHP to provide training to our citizens so that they're safe and they don't have any accidents and that they know how to behave within the law. And what we decided is that 4.3% population was too tiny of a population, and we want to support the entire state to be responsible and be safe. And so we have now an online learning management system, very similar to any of the universities or schools that have conducted online learning. The handout I provided to you is a screenshot of the first page and then the specific training page within that online community. All the topics that are required by CHP and more will be within that online learning management system. It will be free. It can be taken anonymously, or it can be taken with your name and information provided. We will provide you a certificate showing all the modules that you choose to take. This modularized approach to training will help those who have a traditional experience in firearms and understand how to operate them take modules focused just on laws of self-defense, use of force. We also find this will be very, very important for the millions of citizens who've purchased handguns for defense of themselves in their home, who do not choose to carry concealed, because they are a population that requires use of force training as well. And this will provide a broad brush opportunity at no cost to our citizens, and actually advanced training within our state with the passage of LB 77.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Geis.
Thank you, Ms. Harold. And I just want to say, I think this is really important. And the one thing that I've noticed with the communication I'm having with a lot of my constituents is they're asking for this, and they're actually asking for it for free. So it's a huge service. And I do have a question. How does this get promoted?
Okay, so our organization is fairly well known in our state, and will continue to obviously become more well known as we grow. But we're going to basically market it. We are a super nonprofit, very nonprofit, but all of our channels throughout our state are going to basically make sure that folks are being informed. We're getting on the radio. We're going to be doing online advertisements. We're going to be at all the gun shows, which we go to. Also community events like the home and, fashion shows and whatever, wherever we can get out there. And then we obviously hope, for you as senators to avail your constituents with that information as they reach out to you, letting them know that there's wonderful online opportunity for them. I will also address the hands-on component as well. So that list of 40 that we got within 72 hours has now grown to almost 100 individual instructors and ranges. And many of them are actually already beginning to offer this free training themselves to provide folks an opportunity to go hands-on and become comfortable with their firearm.
I think that's super important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Senator Decay.
Thank you, Chairman Wayne. One quick question. I heard it, I forgot it. What is the membership number that you have in your?
So we have already over 26,000 members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, our next proponent, sorry. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. My name is Jason Walter, JASON WALTER. Thanks for having me. I've served the state, the county, and our country for several years throughout my life, and I've seen a lot of bad things. There is no reason anybody shouldn't have the best method to defend themselves of their life. None. God gave you the right to self-defense, whoever your God may be. It wasn't the country. God did that. You have a right to your life, and you should be able to defend that no matter what. The firearm provides the best defense for that. This isn't about unions. This isn't about police departments. This is about everybody. Everybody has a right to self-defense. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Next, proponent. Welcome.
My name is Patrick Pearson. I'll be presenting testimony on behalf of the Nebraska Freedom Coalition, which represents thousands of patriotic Nebraskans.
Can you spell your name?
Patrick Peterson.
Thank you.
We'd like to express our strong support for the Constitutional Carry Bill LB 77 under the current consideration in the unicameral. This bill, if passed, would allow law-abiding citizens to exercise their Second Amendment rights without the burden of government-mandated permits or fees. The Second Amendment to the United States Constitution guarantees the right of citizens to keep and bear arms. This right is not only fundamental to our individual freedoms, but also to the preservation of a free society. The Founding Fathers recognized the importance of an armed citizenry as a means of protecting against tyranny. And this principle is just as relevant today as it was over 200 years ago. The current system of permitting and registering firearms is a clear violation of the Second Amendment. It forces law-abiding citizens to jump through costly and time-consuming hoops in order to exercise their constitutional rights. Furthermore, it disproportionately affects low-income and minority communities who may not have the resources to comply with these burdensome regulations. The Constitutional Carry Bill would eliminate these unjust restrictions and allow citizens to exercise their Second Amendment rights without government interference. It would also bring our laws in line with the majority of states that already have some form of constitutional carry. We urge you to vote in favor of this bill, as it is a crucial step in protecting the freedoms enshrined in our Constitution. The Second Amendment guarantees our right to bear arms, and it is the duty of our elected officials to uphold and defend this right. We understand that the issue of gun rights is a complex and controversial one. However, we believe that supporting this bill is a clear and straightforward way to uphold the Constitution and defend the rights of law-abiding citizens. I urge you to vote in favor of the Constitutional Carry Bill and stand up for the rights of your constituents. Sincerely, friends of the Nebraska Freedom Coalition.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Thank you. Hey, real quick, one go towards your hour. How many people over here in the small little section over here are planning on testifying? Because I kind of made up the rule as we went to hop over here. So just you on that side? So I'll let you go, and then we'll go back with this because unfair to them if they weren't even sitting over there and all of a sudden they can't testify. So just try and be fair.
Sorry, I had to get ready to talk then. Sorry, I wasn't quite ready. My name is Spike Eichholt, S-P-I-K-E. Last name is E-I-C-K-H-O-L-T. I'm appearing on behalf of the Nebraska Criminal Defense Attorneys Association in support of LB 77. We want to thank Senator Brewer and others for introducing the bill. We are a membership organization that represents about 370 attorneys who practice criminal defense throughout the state, some public defenders, some private attorneys. Particularly in Lincoln and Omaha, one thing that many of our members regularly experience is people who are charged under city ordinances for different firearm violations that do not exist in other parts of the states. What we like about this bill is it does provide for consistency throughout the state for the collateral consequences for certain criminal convictions. And it prohibits the cities and villages from having laws that are inconsistent with state law. It's our position that criminal laws should be clear, consistent, And the consequences for violating a state law ought to be the same throughout the state, regardless of where you are convicted. For instance, in Lincoln, the city of Lincoln, they have an arbitrary listing of various misdemeanors and some felony offenses that will result in your right to lose or possess a firearm. Many people don't know that a bar fight will result in a 10-year bar to having a gun in Lincoln. Many people don't realize that a second offense DUI conviction will result in a 10-year prohibition in Lincoln. Some people might say, well, Lincoln and Omaha are different. We should let them have the discretion to have these sort of looser standards. We would submit that that is exactly what's wrong. When you have an arbitrary listing, when you have these amorphous ordinances, that leads to what we regularly see as ad hoc, inconsistent application of the law. It leads to a system of criminal law enforcement that is just not fair. And it's our position that the consequences for being convicted of one crime ought to be the same no matter where you're convicted, particularly if it's a state law conviction. In 2018, District Court in Lancaster County, Nebraska did find and reverse a conviction for someone who was convicted under the Lincoln City Ordinance. The court did not strike down the ordinance in total, did not find that it was facially unconstitutional, but the judge did strongly opine that it was. And in that instant case for that appeal, State versus Bell, and I've got it cited in the materials, the court did reverse a conviction. Despite that, the city of Lincoln continues to charge under that city ordinance for a select few group of people. We encourage the committee to support the bill, and I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions from the committee? So I just want to point out, you are supporting new misdemeanor crimes.
Well,
you have taken a hard line against this. No, I'm just giving you a hard time. Appreciate your support.
We would call it adjustment.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Welcome to your committee.
Thank you. My name is Allie French, ALLIE-FRENCH. I am representing Nebraskans Against Government Overreach and our nearly 7,000 members. I do know there's been a position of neutrality taken by the National Sheriff's Association, and an amendment, of course, would be, would fix it all, is what they say, which is great, but that's what was said last year, too. When it comes down to it, we don't make laws to make the government's job easier, nor law enforcement. It may sound harsh, but the reality is that both are a service. Laws are put in place to govern the people. Services are secondary to the people. So frankly, the outside commentary should be considered irrelevant. Either you support our Second Amendment or you don't. Everything else is an obstacle for the services to navigate that shouldn't become the burden of law-abiding citizens. As it is pointed out a million times over, criminals don't care about laws. Now, I took a different spin on this because I know you guys are going to hear a lot of the same stuff from people. So I have a really fun analogy for you guys today. Guns are like spiders. There almost always is one at least within 6 feet from you. And they don't want to have anything to do with you. They're probably not even going to, you're not even going to know it's there. But it's there, and it may do something if you do something wrong or threaten it, and it needs to defend itself in that case. Now, some people don't like spiders, so they take that extra step of exterminating their home to prevent them from being there. Unfortunately, you don't get to go and exterminate the spiders from your neighbor's home. There is a clear distinction there. Now, at the end of the day, spiders have a place in our lives, and one can do their best to eliminate them in their own lives, but they're a purposeful part of our everyday lives. To the people that are concerned about uneducated individuals walking around with dangerous weapons, I have 2 points to make there. A, it'd be a really great idea to teach a concealed carry class or equivalent, because like Trish had also mentioned, the concealed carry class that we have currently in place doesn't give people the proper and full training that most people feel comfortable with then using their own firearm. It would be better, in my opinion, to implement that class in high school. Our schools should absolutely teach the basics of firearm use and safety. As a foundational right of our country, it only makes sense that our public schools implement a thorough understanding not only of the purpose, but the proper way to utilize that right. And secondly, most people who are unfamiliar with firearms, which would be the people who are most danger having one, seek that help. I work at a range here in Omaha, and I can't tell you the amount of people that come in who don't yet have a permit, who don't yet have a concealed carry card, but they want to know more. They seek out that help when they don't have the answers yet. Thank you.
Thank you for stopping with the red light. I really appreciate that, because I don't like to be the bad guy. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next proponent.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Thank you all for this hearing. My name is Denise Bradshaw. That's DENISE BRADSHAW. Well, Senator Brewer already beat me to the opportunity in reading our state constitution and our very first Bill of Rights, so I won't repeat that. So I'm here to say that gun rights are women's rights. And that's a genuine distinction that I don't think a lot of people understand. I'll say it again, gun rights are women's rights. LB 77 is required by our Constitution. There can be no argument of that. So the question then becomes, why would anyone be against it? And I think a lot of it is because people have never met someone like me, a woman who wants to be able to carry, open carry, and have constitutional rights behind it. So I sit here very sober and very determined to make sure you guys understand how important this is for women. Gun rights are women's rights. I've been in this fight before, and someday I remain hopeful that the unicameral will finally understand that the right to bear arms has already been passed. So please pass LB 77. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Cindy Miller, CINDYMILLER. I'd like to say ditto to everything everybody else said. I'm just going to add just a couple things. Our founding fathers would be aghast that we are sitting here trying to talk you, to convince you, and to allow us to carry arms. I would like to quote Thomas Jefferson. He said, "The Constitution of most of our states and of the United States assert that all power is inherent in the people, that they may exercise it by themselves, and that it is their right and duty to be at all times armed." Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next proponent. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Senator. Thank you, all senators. My name is Dave Kendall, DAVE-KENDLE. I'm from Seward County, Nebraska. Individual liberty is the very foundation of America. It is the one thing that truly makes this country unique among all nations of the world. It was founded on the idea that people don't exist to serve the state, rather that the state exists to serve the people by protecting their individual liberties. The right to self-defense, self-determination, and to keep and bear arms, which are protected by LB 77, are the rights of a free people. To be clear, these are rights, not privileges. And to that end, the right to keep and bear arms is explicitly recognized in both the U.S. Constitution and the Constitution of the state of Nebraska. These are natural rights that accrue to all of the people of this country, and every state bordering Nebraska except Colorado have recognized this by implementing constitutional carry laws. A total of 25 states now have constitutional carry. Believe it or not, even the people of Lincoln and Omaha have these rights. But rather than admit that, their governments tell you that they have special problems that make it difficult for them to recognize the people's rights in their cities. All too often, the quote unquote special problems has been historically as an excuse by many of these rights people, especially the most powerless in those cities. The people that all of them should never be required to beg the state, their country, or their city for a permit to or to pay a fee to exercise any right, and certainly not these most fundamental rights. I have a letter that I included in the packet that I handed out, our county sheriff in Seward County, and I'd like to read that now. To whom it may concern. I'm writing this letter in support of legislative bill LB 77, which is sponsored by Senator Tom Brewer. I'm a 35-year-plus law enforcement veteran and current second-term sheriff, and I'm also a military veteran who served 4 years in the Marine Corps. I have read this bill in its entirety and fully support the passing of this bill as one of our law-abiding citizens' constitutional rights. If anyone would like to speak with me regarding this bill, I'd be happy to speak with them. Respectfully, Sheriff Mike Vance, Seward County Sheriff.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, sir. Next proponent.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Margot Chenoweth. I'll spell it for you. Margo. Last name is Chenoweth. And yes, Kristen Chenoweth is my cousin. She does not know that. She doesn't know I exist, but we are nevertheless related. Anyway, that gets that out of the way. I ditto again everything that my fellow supporters have already said. I am here representing the Convention of States, which we had the pleasure of passing last year, just about this time. And so with that in mind, you know that I'm very dedicated to our Constitution and primarily in its original form. I also represent Patriots United, which is a great group out of Norfolk, Nebraska, and we are all behind this bill. I also want to just redraw your attention, all of you, to the fact that the people supporting this bill, a lot of them still out in the hall, came from the four corners of Nebraska. Many people drove 3 hours, 4 hours, 2 hours to be here, took time off work, relinquished a lot of their substance just to be here. I do want to tell you too that this card I'm holding, which is my concealed carry permit, by the time I got this acquired, cost me over $300, $350 plus actually to get. I'm a retired person. I live on $1,250 a month. That's an almost insurmountable position for a lot of people. Happily, I have a rich husband and don't have to worry about it, but that's all the disposable income I have. Anyway, I just want to remind you all that you represent not only the district, the people that elected you, but in essence, you represent all the people of Nebraska, in that whatever you decide to do is going to affect us all. So you all are representatives of the state of Nebraska and all the people of Nebraska. I am asking you to remain faithful, to honor the pledge that you took when you were sworn in, to honor the Nebraska Constitution. That's Article 1 of the Nebraska Constitution as it is written. I'm also asking you to honor the United States Constitution, the Second Amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. All right. My name is Bill Altz, Aultz. I live in Odo County, Mississauga District. I was here at the Capitol in 2020, spoke on several times against LB 58, the red flag legislation that Adam Moorfield wrote. I was also here fighting against McAllister's legislation that failed big time back then also. Before that, I was knocking on doors, calling family, friends, coworkers, neighbors, gathering signatures, and was heavily involved in making my county, Odo County, a Second Amendment sanctuary county. When all but 2 of the 93 counties in our state had county commissioners sign resolutions in 2022, I was here testifying for constitutional carry also. I believe in freedom and all what our amendments actually say and stand for. They are rules for the government to adhere to. It's not the other way around. I believe in fighting tyranny in all its forms. Moorfield, McAllister, and other senators like Hunt, in my eyes, are tyrants. When I reached out to McAllister in 2022 about constitutional carry, his office replied to me after asking him if he would support constitutional carry. His actual office reply was, saw no mention of handgun in the Constitution. A year ago, Senator Hunt tried to put a language in LB 496 that each person who intends to carry a concealed weapon should be subject to thorough vetting, including DNA sample to be checked. Person who is applying under concealed handgun permit should have a DNA sample ran and checked. She either hasn't read the Second Amendment or the state constitution or doesn't care what they say. Last year, one senator caught my attention during the constitutional hearing. His voice and opinion about carry was Senator McKinney. He caught me and others off guard in that committee hearing. I did not get a chance to talk with him after the hearing or during the voting. I hope he still has his opinion on how his constituents should have the same civil rights, not gun rights, no matter what the police think. No more paperwork, no more fees, no more permission. The federal and state bureaucracy is here. It is and has always been the greatest danger to freedom and liberty in our nation, of which both political parties are responsible for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you for your time.
Next proponent.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Trevor Riley, Trevorreilly, and I am testifying on behalf of the Libertarian Party of Nebraska. Spent about a year as a primary marksmanship instructor in the Marine Corps, and I've also had my concealed carry license for the last 5 years. The Libertarian Party of Nebraska supports LB 77 and believes the only legitimate use of force is in defense of individual rights, life, liberty, and justly acquired property against aggression. We affirm the individual right recognized by the Second Amendment and the Nebraska Constitution to keep and bear arms, and oppose all the prosecution of individuals for exercising the rights of self-defense. We oppose all laws at any level of government restricting, registering, or monitoring the ownership, manufacture, or transfer of firearms, ammunition, or firearm accessories. LB 77 contains multiple provisions which improve Nebraska statutes closer to this ideal. One example is the correction of state law to nullify municipal ordinances such as Omaha requiring a permit to open carry or Lincoln's ban on bump stocks. While local control is typically a libertarian position, this conflicts with the belief that governments do not have the authority to determine how individuals or voluntary associations of individuals choose how to arm themselves. Another provision that stands out is the update to an affirmative defense for an individual to carry a concealed weapon on page 19. The application of this law effectively develops the expectation of responsible behavior from firearm carrying Nebraskans while enabling property owners to establish the conditions regarding the presence of personal defense weapons on their own property. An anecdote illustrates how this could unfold, and I'd ask for you please consider the real-world example of Kate Nixon. On the night of May 30th, 2019, Kate Nixon had discussed with her husband, Jason, whether or not she could take a pistol to work by carrying it in her handbag due to concerns over a coworker. She decided against it because of a city policy that prohibits employees from bringing weapons into the building. The next day, that coworker used a .45 caliber handgun to attack and murder his colleagues. Kate Nixon was one of the 12 victims in the horrible Virginia Beach shooting of 2019. If Kate could resist the shooter, she could still be with her husband and family today. It is also fair to argue that it could not have made a difference in how the events unfolded, but what could have been is not, and there is some indication as to why. The city policy prohibiting the carrying of concealed weapons. It did not stop a tragedy from occurring, but it certainly prevented a peaceful person at least the opportunity to defend themselves and others. In respect of the time I have to testify, these 2 points, state preemption and affirmative defense, are just 2 critical aspects of this bill. There are many more important points to the merit of constitutional carry, and I hope you recognize these and vote this out of committee to the floor. Thank you, Senator Brewer, for this bill, and to the committee for your time. I will take any questions if you have them.
Any questions from the committee? And thank you for sharing your testimony. We got your written testimony, so thank you. Next proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Zahn, Michelezahn. I am speaking on behalf of the Nebraska Firearms Owners Association as their Otoe County resident and representative in support of LB 77 constitutional carry. I am a school teacher, a firearms instructor, and a firearms owner. As an instructor, I have worked with over 50 women whose lives were at risk because of the excessive delays and costs associated with the permitting process. These women needed training and the ability to carry immediately. But with our current CHP Act, They were left defenseless outside their homes and in their cars. I could quickly meet their education and training needs, but I was left with only offering nothing but hope and prayer as they waited in fear for their permit process to finish. Additionally, I am one of over 50 individual trainers and ranges who came forward last year to answer NFOA's call to support individuals who cannot afford training, an opportunity to receive formalized instruction. Each quarter, I will offer a handgun safety and fundamental operations class, which will include live fire, to citizens from Sarpy, Cass, and Otoe County. I have already conducted several of these free events for individuals and small groups. The range where I also work has already begun to offer free new shooter seminars once a month in Douglas County. While our list of instructors and ranges continues to grow, we are very excited about exploring how we can partner with Nebraska Game and Parks, which also offers free or low-cost training options for individuals and families at many of our state parks. We are hoping to explore how to expand offerings and ensure citizens are aware of this great training opportunity. I've been in education for over 20 years, and I am proud to be a part of the team who will be developing the free e-training to Nebraskans through the NFOA online community. As members and leaders of NFOA, we embrace the truth that our rights are protected by the Constitution, not granted, and we also believe that education and training offers value to those who need it. We are proud to strive for both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Just so you know, there's about 21 minutes left, so count how many people that is. Then we'll go to opponents and then neutral, and then come back to proponents 2 hours from now.
Thank you to the chair and thank you to the committee. My name is Zach Gale, Z-A-C-H-G-A-L-E, and I'm here to testify on Bill LB 77, and I'm an activist with Young Americans for Liberty. I am testifying on LB 77 today because there are two parts of this bill that we would like to see changed for it to be considered full constitutional carry. Adults 18 through 21 should not be restricted from this bill. This is unconstitutional. A similar bill that had this provisions was actually ruled unconstitutional in the state of Texas. Gun owners should also not be forced to disclose whether they are carrying to government officials without the official even asking. This would put law-abiding citizens, well-intentioned gun owners, at risk of becoming criminals for failing to perform an action otherwise peaceful interaction with the police. So remove the duty to inform. With these changes, Nebraska can be made a full constitutional carry state and join the other states around us, as well as the 25 other states that have full constitutional carry under their law. So I urge you today to stand for the Second Amendment and make Nebraska a constitutional carry state. Thank you for your time.
I do have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Geis.
Yes, and I'm curious about that. I've had some emails about the duty to inform, and I'm wondering what your response, why is that a bad thing?
Right. So the way I view it is if I get pulled over for like a taillight, speeding, whatever else, if I forget in that first moment to say, hey, I have a firearm on me, rather than, talking with the police officer first, it might become a order of operations, PEMDAS. When is the order of operation disclosed? The moment you see them approaching your car, the moment you first see them within 6 feet, when is that moment to disclose that information as well? And like I said, it could be for a simple traffic violation. So we could potentially be putting our police officers in danger by citizens forgetting to disclose that they're carrying.
But I believe that's the point of why it's required, because a police officer would like to know if you're a law-abiding citizen.
Correct.
Then, so if there is the requirement to disclose, doesn't that protect it telegraphs that I'm a law-abiding citizen. Here, I do that when as a concealed carry permit holder. So I don't understand why that's an infringement.
Right.
If you're a law-abiding citizen.
Right. And to answer your question a little bit more specifically, the reason why I consider that an infringement is because it's an inherent right. Everybody has the right to self-defense. When you're talking with a police officer, you know that they're armed. You know that you're safe. You know that they have a gun on, right? When they're interacting with a civilian, they should be given that same level of respect.
I guess I just see that differently. I don't think it's disrespectful.
Well, I didn't mean respect, but like, it's like if a police is pulling somebody over for something, it should be about that specific thing. And
Sure.
and I believe this is the case, if you're a concealed carry holder, and you get pulled over, aren't the police able to see that you're a concealed carry holder
Oh,
already?
not necessarily. I mean, if it's in the glove box or I just, you're asked to always announce.
Right.
And as a permitless concealed carry, constitutional carry, under this definition, no part of the weapon should be able to be seen. So the officer won't know unless you announce. Correct? So, see, I guess I think that goes both ways. The officer has the right to know, to be protected from you if you're not law abiding.
Right.
But if you are, then that keeps everyone safe.
But the
Correct.
criminals aren't going to disclose that they're carrying.
Exactly.
So why should the citizens be
Exactly.
required to?
The criminal won't disclose, which is what makes a difference between a law abiding citizen and a criminal, is the disclosure.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. For those who might be watching in a different room and on opposition side, you should probably start gathering in the hallway and coming down to line up. Next proponent.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Lane, and I'm just a guy. So a lot of what's been said, I agree with. But one thing that sticks with me is this deference to the federal government and how we, as Nebraskans, just wait for the federal government to do something, to make something a law, or to just allow us to have our Second Amendment rights. And right now, what we're doing is we're waiting for the federal government to do something. Well, the federal government got us $32 trillion from the start of endless wars and tells us the only way Ukraine can be free is for us to give them guns. We just sent them 31 tanks yesterday, or whatever the heck it was. So why is it a priority to arm citizens of other countries, but not allow us to defend ourselves here in Nebraska? I believe that the Second Amendment shall not infringe has been repeated over and over again, but it seems like it's the dichotomy of, hey, we need to give citizens in other countries guns, but here we can't have guns. And that's all I have.
Yes, Senator Blood.
Thank you, Chairman Wayne. I just want to clarify a couple things. Are you a gun owner?
No, me.
You are not?
I am not.
Do you believe that you said several times we don't have the right to defend ourselves? We have the right to defend ourselves in Nebraska. I'm a little confused. Can you clarify that?
Well, by not allowing everyday citizens to own firearms, you're not allowed to defend yourselves.
How do we do that?
How do you mean?
How are we not allowing people to own firearms to defend themselves? I'm confused.
Well, constitutional carry, in my opinion, is it shouldn't even be a thing because the Second Amendment guarantees. But here we are having an argument about something that 250 years ago was already guaranteed as a right, and now we're having to argue whether it's right or not.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
I understand that one. I'm still fighting for a lot of my rights. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you for your time.
Next proponent. And I'm gonna say thank you for earlier in the hallway helping out. Appreciate it.
I've got big lungs, so I'll talk extra loud. Hello, my name is Stephen Bader, Stephen Bader. I'm the chair of the Republican Liberty Caucus of Nebraska, which is an organization that dates back to Ron Paul's first run. America First before America First was even a term. A few things. One, just to be a little palate cleanser, how cool is it that you know Christy in the way that you do? So amazing. I want to thank Senator McKinney and Senator Wayne for your openness to school choice. In particular, your video talking about it is amazing. Our next Lincoln mayor, I want to thank Cottage Law. Thank you, Senator Blood. Rick, you're awesome. I'm sure Don Lippert is very proud of you. And actually, Senator Boyer, you're my senator, so I'd be very, very happy if you'd support it. In 2015, Maine instituted constitutional carry, and all of the things that you're going to be hearing from the opponents is what they heard, and the data just completely knocks it out of the park. So while violent crime nationally was rising from 2015 to 2020, in Maine, every single year post constitutional carry's passage, it dropped. And also in terms of property crimes such as robbery, larceny, and burglary is actually at Maine's lowest since 1985. Now, correlation does not equal causation, but you're going to hear a lot of people, and they're probably going to put a lot of emotion behind it. I definitely appreciate that. I did theater in school, so it's going to be good. But just understand that facts don't care about the feelings. The facts are Maine did not get unsafer. Maine actually did get safer. I'm not even contending that it was constitutional carry that made the stat safer, but it flies in the face. For 7 years now in a row, the state has been getting safer with constitutional carry. With the safety aspect of it out of the equation, arguing against it, it's only emotional from there forward. And as such, I'm asking all of you to please support it. Use your left brain. This is a great thing. The state will be very happy with it. It's supported in urban, rural, and suburban. And in particular, I mean, I would cheerlead from the heavens, Senator DeBoer, if you would support this. I really would. I'm a Republican Politico, and the old saying has always been that the toughest Democrat that a Republican could ever possibly run against would be one that's actually pro-Second Amendment. So let's see what you got. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you again. Thank you for helping in the hallway. Next proponent. And as he's coming up, for those who want to stay for the come back as proponents and testify in a couple hours, I'll have the pages on your way out. Collect your order so you don't have to lose your order when you come back, since you waited this long to testify. If you come back in the proponent section in a couple hours, you'll still have the same order. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Nick Folkers, Nickfolkers. I'm a concealed carry permit holder. I like the regulation prohibition portions of LB 77 the best. Ponder, if you will, December 1941, following the bombing of Pearl Harbor, Imperial Japan considered invading the United States mainland. Admiral Yamamoto warned there would be a rifle behind every blade of grass. And it did not happen. The Japanese to English translation is debatable, but the subject matter is not. We were then, are now, and must remain armed. Thank you all for your service to the state of Nebraska, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Stangl, Benstangl, and I'm 35 years old.
Please have a seat.
Out of respect to everyone here and myself, I prefer to remain standing.
But these will be a transcript, so we have to talk at the mic.
I will speak quietly then.
Thank you.
So I'm 35 years old. And to me, that's kind of relevant. 35 years, I'm about half of a lifetime expired thus far. And I'm looking forward to the second half. 35 years ago, though, there was an amendment to Article 1, Section 1 of our state's constitution. People were hard at work collecting signatures for petition before I was born. Maybe I don't look that old. I hope I don't, but that was a while ago. And 2 months after I was born, the state of Nebraska, by vote on the ballot, elected to include language for the Second Amendment. It was not previously there. We have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They changed that language. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and the subsequent 50 words that cover what we're addressing here today. So it's important for Nebraskans. It was important 35 years ago to include this language for Nebraskans into Article 1, Section 1. Interestingly, it says it shall not be denied or infringed. We talk about the Second Amendment and we talk about the right to bear arms, and sometimes we don't finish the phrase, shall not be infringed. We see it again repeated in our own Constitution. You've seen the yellow flags, don't tread on me. I drive by one on my way to work every day. And when I see that, instead of reading don't tread on me, I see shall not be infringed. Because it both mentions a right and infringement, the conclusion I draw is that rights exist whether they're infringed or not. Just because we spent the last 35 years dealing with infringement on our rights doesn't mean we need to spend the rest of my life in the same situation. It's incumbent upon you to rectify this situation. My fourth daughter was just born this month. And as was stated before, these are also her rights. Let's make the first 35 years of her life one of constitutional carry. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next proponent. Young man, what's your name? In the hat right there. You. Yes. Joe, I appreciate what you just did. I saw that.
My name is Liberty Rose Baybridge Shinzing, Liberty, last name Schinzing. I am from South Sioux City, Nebraska. I'm a 32-year-old mother of 5 children, ages 8 and under, and I'm grateful today that I have the opportunity to support LB 77. Up until December of 21, I lived in South Dakota, which is a constitutional carry state, so I didn't need a permit to carry. There was a top-level national trainer that was offering a course in my area. This was an intense 4-day, 40-hour immersion course in the rules of engagement for armed, law-abiding private citizens. The course emphasizes legal issues, tactical issues, and aftermath management. We scrambled to get me a regular South Dakota concealed carry license so that I could attend the class. Getting my concealed carry license was just a matter of visiting the local sheriff's office and submitting an application. As long as you can pass the background check, your permit will be issued in a week. Fast forward to January of 2022, when I have officially moved to Nebraska. I got my new driver's license and we enrolled the kids in the Nebraska public school system. Now I was ready to get my concealed handgun permit. I took the required training course, filled out the application, had it notarized. We drove the roughly 1.5-hour drive to Omaha to apply for my concealed handgun permit. Could I apply? No, because I had the regular South Dakota permit. To skip the 180-day residency requirement that I needed the enhanced permit in order to skip that 180-day residency requirement. I was now a legal Nebraska resident with no criminal history and firearms training that makes the legally required course look like a kindergarten class. But nope, I had to come back in 6 months. I wasn't denied to apply because I didn't have the training. I was denied because I hadn't been living here long enough. At the 6-month mark, we packed up the family and drove the roughly 1.5 hours to Omaha to apply again. Thank you.
I appreciate it though.
And then I waited 2 months to actually receive it. That's 8 months where I was legally barred from using the most effective tools and tactics to defend my children. As a mother, this was frustrating. For people who live more than 30 minutes away from one of the 6 Nebraska State Patrol headquarters, the time and financial resources just to make the trip to apply for the permit is a massive hurdle, if not a complete roadblock. For single parents or for women fleeing abusive relationships, the requirement alone essentially becomes an insurmountable roadblock to fully exercising their ability to self-defense. People only get one life. Let's make it easy for them to defend it and pass LB 77. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. This next person will be the end of the hour, but don't get up yet. We got to do it in an orderly fashion. Come on up, sir, and you'll be the last one. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Byron Millison, Byron Millison. I was hoping to be brief, so maybe one more person can speak, but I just have a question. I assume all of you wore coats today. I assume all of you noticed it was cold outside today. The fact is, constitutional carry is just a simple matter of you're open carrying, which is legal in Nebraska, and you put on a coat which covers it. If you don't have a permit from the state, suddenly you're a felon. But with constitutional carry, that won't be an issue because we'll be able to just go about our day like we normally do. I do have a constitutional concealed carry permit. I've gone through this course, the rigmarole, but it shouldn't be a requirement. It shouldn't be an impedance to each person. Everybody should be able to just put on their coat and go. That's all I have to say.
Senator Geis.
I'll make this brief. But you do agree that not everybody should be able to put on their coat, and right? I mean, there's some limitations.
Well,
here.
I'm talking about if you're legally allowed to carry.
Okay.
I mean, that's a whole separate argument. But
Well, it's part of the same argument, but yeah, okay, that's all.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So what I would ask at this time is one of the pages could start with this young lady, and then whoever else is testifying in the first two rows, grab them first, and then as they come back, if you guys stay, we'll call your name 3 times. If you're not here, I'm going to assume that you didn't want to testify or wait. If you do want to leave your position, again, there is gold sheets over here. Please fill those out. So at this time, we're going to ask all the proponents to exit the room and allow the opponents to come in. We really appreciate it. Thank you. We'll rest for 5 minutes. Everyone, listen up, please, quickly. So what we're doing here is we got opponents for an hour, 3 minute. State your name, spell your name. If you're gonna just repeat the same thing, there's some gold sheets over there. Fill out your name and your position. It doesn't do a whole lot of good of just repeating the same thing over and over. It's not gonna change. The first 2 times we either believed you and not the third person not gonna change it. So it's kind of keep it a little faster. But with that, we'll open up on opponents and you can go first, sir. I appreciate you patiently waiting.
I'm sorry to wear my family crest these days, but I have a different medical problem. Normally I can.
You're fine.
All right. Yeah. I'll be right with you. Hello, Chairman Wayne and members of the committee. I hope you're having a good day. My name is Josephine Litwinowitz, JOSEPHINLITWINOWICZ. Sometimes I have to keep it straight in my own hand. That is Vincent Litwinowitz. I'm going to oppose this bill today because it's from my community, and I don't have any numbers. But I really don't want people that may not, it may be that people that don't get a license or a permit might not be as careful. And if maybe they're not as nice either. And so, man, I support conceal and carry with education. I think it's a blockhead move without. I don't understand it and why we can't, as Ferg said in Tombstone, it's not that you can't own a gun. It's not that you can't carry a gun. You just can't carry a gun without knowing what you're doing, And so that's all I have to say. So I know it's, that's it.
Thank you for being here. Any questions from the committee?
Oh, sorry.
Seeing none, again, thank you for being here and thank you for your patience out there.
Thank you.
We were going to require you to stand the whole time, but I thought maybe not. Welcome to your committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Todd Schmader, SCHMADERER, Chief of Police for the City of Omaha. With great respect to the committee here, special hello to the Omaha Senators. The City of Omaha has a population of nearly 500,000. Addressing violent crime is our top priority. As other major cities continue to struggle with rising violent crime after the pandemic, Omaha has reversed its course and we're on our way back to the 40-year lows that we saw in 2020. Very positive momentum. I heard Senator Brewer mention Missouri major cities, Kansas City and St. Louis are 2 of those. Look, we're not looking to replicate Kansas City and St. Louis. You can look at their statistics for crime, compare them to Omaha, and there is no comparison. Identified as negative momentum for the city of Omaha is the increasing number of illegal firearms seized by the Omaha Police Department. In 2022, we seized more firearms than we ever had during the course of illegal activity, 1,458. That's our highest on record. As chief, this concerns me because I do not want to reverse our violent crime downward trend. I may talk about numbers, but going from some homicides here to the 20s represents real families, real friends of those families, and real victims. I am concerned about the loopholes and some of the unintended consequences of LB 77 as it will affect Omaha. Omaha would like to keep our gun registration ordinance, and LB 77 would eliminate it. It plays a role in how we address violent crime. The ordinance helps us prevent the mentally ill, substance abusers, gang members, and known criminals from purchasing a firearm. With the gun registration ordinance, we fully examine a person's criminal history, including recent arrests and reports. And it helps us vet who is able to carry that firearm within the city of Omaha. I completely understand why smaller cities don't do that, but Omaha, we have that need. The Omaha Police Department tries to get in the middle of gang and gun violence and on the street. The gun registration ordinance does help with that. LB 77 allows for open carry. This is a concern for heavily populated cities where it takes on an entirely hard to manage dynamic. One that can cause harm, be tactically unsafe for the carrier, and increase the dynamics for law enforcement response in a populated city. The mayor, city council, and myself, and we feel any future seat holders would be opposed to open carry as well, given the dynamics of a major city. LB 77 eliminates the City of Omaha Firearm Ordinance Transportation 20-195. Without the ordinance, there's no way to prevent the carrying of an assault weapon. So you can walk around a populated city, outdoor venues of the College World Series, concerts, police crime scenes, place of protest. You get the picture. There's nothing that we could do about it at that point in time. The mayor, city council, and myself.
Chief Schmaler, I've been kind of hard on it, but I'm sure somebody will ask you if you have any final thoughts. Any questions from the committee?
My apologies, Mr.
You're okay.
Wayne. I did not see the red light go on. You missed some great remarks I have coming up.
Senator DeVore.
Chief Schmutter, do you have any great remarks you'd like to make?
Thank you. Let me take 30 seconds. We feel these bills are very important. These ordinances are very important for Omaha because it helps us maintain a city our size, and it is a destination city for Nebraskans and surrounding states. It is possible to eliminate the unintended consequences and loopholes, and we can come around to this because we're not against law-abiding citizens carrying concealed. We just want to shore up these loopholes, and we think that is possible to do. Apologize for
Asking questions. I'm bored.
I mean, I'm looking at guys and then I turned. It's all right.
Can you
It's only coffee.
can you tell me what these loopholes, what kind of things you have in mind? What gets you there?
We'd like to keep our two ordinances. If we can carve out some exception for Omaha, we feel that is possible. That keeps Omaha in Omaha is in a different category. There was some testimony earlier that somehow these exceptions aren't in play. They just clearly are. Omaha is going to be a unique city, probably from every city across the state. And we'd like to keep the ordinances that were specially designed for local control of Omaha in place so that we can help address our population in a manner that they wanted to be addressed. They approved those ordinances.
If we can't do that, is there an alternative that would, if you can't put an ordinance in there, is there an alternative that gets you there?
There may be an alternative that gets us there, and some of the speakers that follow me are going to talk about some of those alternatives. It's a situation where we didn't really have much of a chance to compromise on this one.
All right, thank you.
Senator Geis.
Thank you.
Sorry, Senator DeVore. I apologize. Senator Geis.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. I asked earlier the question about what is a prohibited person? And it was commented that you could have perpetual misdemeanors on your record and you could still, that would prohibit you from carrying a gun. Is that correct?
That is correct. What I would propose for a carve-out solution on this piece would be if we took the city ordinances and all misdemeanors in which you received could receive a penalty of 3 months or more, inserted those into this bill, that would bring us very much closer to seeing this passing.
Well, I would say that I am in favor of a law-abiding citizen carrying a gun. My concern is that there's some loopholes that allow non-law-abiding citizens to carry a gun in this legislation, and that is my biggest concern. I do not have an issue of law-abiding citizens carrying a gun, but I don't want to make it easier for people who are not to be able to carry. Is that your concern as well?
That mirrors my stance as well.
Thank you.
Senator McKinney.
Thank you, and thank you, Chief Schmatter. If LB 77 passes, would it potentially decrease the disproportionate amount of contact Black people have in Omaha with law enforcement? Yes or no?
I don't think it decreases the disproportionate contact.
Interactions.
I don't think it decreases the interactions.
What would it decrease?
If you take it 1, 2, 3 steps further, it may decrease the number of arrests.
So, okay, so the disproportionate amount of arrest of Black men and women in Omaha potentially decrease.
It could, that particular data point could potentially decrease.
All right, thank you.
Senator Holcroft.
Yes, thank you, Chief, for coming in. I just have a general information question. I just don't know. We were talking earlier about the announcement clause in this. If you have a concealed weapon, an officer pulls you over, you need to disclose to him that you have a concealed weapon. Does the officer, he can run the plates and he can get an indication of the owner. Is there any indication in his police officer car that that individual has a concealed permit?
Well, for one, you're never going to know who the driver is per se, and everybody on their drive home, the sun's going to come down. Just do that little experiment with me. Look at the car in front of you and see if you can determine who's in there. Even if you know the person, you don't know who's driving necessarily. If there's more than one in the car, so there's never any surefire way to know somebody is concealed. I'm not sure it shows up instantly like that.
Senator DeKay.
Thank you. Chief Schmatter, you mentioned how the murder rate had dropped from 46 to 20 something. Can you pinpoint what caused that dramatic drop in that amount of time?
There are going to be a number of reference points that I can give on that. Let me give a couple highlights. One, anytime you have a major city, you have to work with the community to reduce violent crime. You have to make the appropriate arrest. That means identifying the very small select group of offenders. And I mean, they're really small select group. You have to try to identify who those offenders are and really leave everybody else alone. None of the policing right now. And our gun registration ordinance and the transportation carry do help with that aspect. And if you look at some other major cities, some of the things that you might see a Kansas City struggle with is identifying who is committing their violent crimes. If you look at some of their data, there would be glaring whole crimes, and you can discern that from their data points. You can't necessarily discern that in Omaha when our clearance rate is upwards of 80% when we're talking of all homicides. And then we did used to average 40 to 45 homicides a year. From the year 2017, 18, 19, just right up to 20, we were in the low 20s, mid 20s. So those are real data points that show that our policing protocol is working, but also it's got to always be heavily infused with that community piece, which is something that has gotten better, but we got a ways to go.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Wayne and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Patrick Dempsey, DEMPSEY, and I'm a 13-year veteran of the police departments. I serve as secretary of the Omaha Police Officers Association. So those of you who came here today to support LB 77 and constitutional carry, let me tell you that we get it and we hear you. Nobody is more aware of the nature of the world we live in today and the harm and violence some people are capable of than a police officer. We see the consequences every day. My time in the department, I've witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of firearms when handled irresponsibly and negligently. I have served in both the gang unit and homicide unit, two areas where criminal gun violence has the most devastating impact on our city. Again, I have no personal objection to the general intent of LB 77 or the concept of the constitutional carry. However, I'm opposed to LB 77 as written today unless basic safeguards can be added to minimize the threat to law enforcement officers and the taxpayers we serve. Unfortunately, we have fundamental disagreement over whether the constitutional carry protections in LB 77 should apply to non-law abiding citizens. We believe strongly that individuals who engage in assault, domestic violence, stalking, terroristic threats, rioting, disregarding lawful orders, or possessing drugs should face harsher penalties when their criminal activity is accompanied by a concealed weapon. Under LB 77, individuals would not be held accountable for carrying a concealed weapon while committing these crimes. Additionally, state law currently includes a prohibited person designation for those individuals. Already convicted of felonious crime, we have been explicitly prohibited by a judge from carrying a firearm. Violation of this law by a prohibited person is currently a felony, but LB 77 again reduces that penalty to a misdemeanor. Let's be clear about the real-world consequences of the bill as written. LB 77 reduces existing criminal penalties on felons and prohibited persons who use or possess a firearm. It does not take a law enforcement professional to imagine grave consequences to the safety of police officers and the citizens of Nebraska. Unfortunately for me and others in my profession, I don't have to imagine those consequences. While serving as a detective in the gang unit, my partner, Kerry Roscoe, was killed by a felon in possession of a concealed handgun. Nationwide, 64 officers were shot and killed in the line of duty in 2022, and a 21% increase from a decade ago, reducing penalties for possession of concealed firearm while committing a crime and duty to inform violations will contribute to the increase in gun violence directed at law enforcement. I am hopeful there remains a way for both sides, remains a way to both respect the rights of the good people here and across the state who want to legally protect their homes and families, and provides police officers with the ability to get guns and criminals off the streets, do their job, and return each night to their homes and their families. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Geis.
I'm going to ask you the same question. If a person has misdemeanor on their record, can they still carry a gun?
Yes, they can.
If they have 5 misdemeanors on their record, can they still carry a gun?
Yes, they can.
Okay, thank you.
There's some nuances to that, though.
It is.
Right? I'm being quiet. Senator McGuire.
My bad. I guess it was fair to say that the majority of Black people live in Omaha, Duncan, in the state of Nebraska. And I'm just going to ask you, should we tell every Black person that lives in Lincoln and Omaha to pretty much move to another city because you guys want to carve out?
I guess I don't understand the question.
Basically, you're asking for a carve out for Omaha and Lincoln, cities that are heavily populated by Black people, to have a carve out so the Omaha Police Department can continue to target people essentially. So should we just suggest to them to just move to another city, not move to other cities across the state, or leave the state because you guys want to carve out to target them?
I guess if you call it a carve out center, or if you continue to wish that those parties are.
No. Okay, thank you.
To me, to disqualify you or makes you a prohibited person.
Domestic violence.
Or some disorderly conducts that city ordinance are written, like Lincoln and Omaha. You can plead to a disorderly and still be a prohibited person if the initial charge was a domestic violence charge, right? So there are some lower ones. Nevertheless, I'm trying to figure out, and maybe this isn't a question for you, but how are the ordinances in Omaha used as a tool? And how would that be eliminated? Because the ordinance are eliminated, but how is the tool eliminated? You know what? We can have this conversation offline. I'm just trying to figure it out, but due to the respect out of everybody waiting, me and you talk about it, and whoever else wants to talk. But any other questions? Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Royan and the members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Brian Dembinski, BrianDembinski. I'm a sergeant with the Omaha Police Department and a member of the Executive Board for the Omaha Police Officers Association. Like the vast majority of police officers, I am a strong supporter of the Second Amendment, and I believe that the basic constitutional gun rights of law-abiding citizens should be upheld and protected. However, As an experienced officer who has participated in more than 100 firearm-related arrests and investigations and a number of felony assault and homicide investigations, it's the protections afforded to non-law-abiding citizens in LB 77 that caused me to appear in opposition to the bill today. Again, I do not oppose the idea of constitutional carry. The Omaha Police Officers Association does not oppose constitutional carry and has attempted to negotiate with the sponsors to find common ground. But understand that the bill, as written, represents a significant threat to the personal safety of every police officer in this state. And unless the common sense safeguards we've suggested become part of this legislation, we believe that the threat to our officers and the public is too great to ignore. Under the current concealed carry statute, a CCW permit holder who comes into contact with law enforcement for any reason has a duty to inform the officer that the weapon is present. This is to ensure the personal safety of those carrying concealed and the officer and prevent any unintentional harm to either party. In my career at the Omaha Police Department, I've served on the SWAT team, the gang unit, and the felony assault unit. I've participated in more than 400 high-risk search warrants and understand from experience what the presence of an unknown firearm or deadly weapon can do to escalate those situations for everyone involved. The duty to inform provision exists to avoid such escalation. Law-abiding citizens have no problem with duty to inform, but a small number of individuals continuously violate this provision. By enhancing the penalties for a second and third offense, this ensures that the violations of our CCW law actually have real consequences. This bill removes those penalties persons concealed who fail to inform officers that a weapon is present. Under LB 77, a person carrying a deadly weapon can violate the duty to inform provision up to 7 times before a felony can be charged. Again, anybody who takes their constitutional rights seriously, including many in this room, understand that the responsibilities of a legal gun owner. The reduced penalties for duty to inform violations will likely have little impact for them. No legislation should maintain constitutional protections to individuals who continuously and irresponsibly ignore basic responsibilities of gun ownership that exist primarily for their personal safety and the safety of law enforcement. I urge you to reconsider these portions of the bill. Thank you.
Any questions? Senator McKinnon.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. So should legislation have carve-outs that pretty much restrict a huge portion of the Black community from having constitutional firearms?
I believe so, no.
That's what you're asking for.
I don't believe I am, no, sir.
Your buddies are. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So I wasn't here last year, so I didn't hear all this testimony. So I wasn't going to ask this question, like I said earlier, but I am. So what do the city of Omaha ordinances, how is it a tool?
I think it's just one more situation for our officers when they're in it. It's just one more guideline that they have. Like when we have, I know when we worked with Senator Brewer on this, obviously the prohibited person came up, and we have obviously what is prohibited person defined in statute. So when it comes to the registration in our unit, I understand that a lot of people don't like the guns being registered under the city ordinance. And it's to some point I agree, but as an investigator, it also gives us a starting point. It also gives us a launching point to actually start our investigation. So when we recover a firearm in situations like that, it at least gives us a baseline of somewhere to start. So we can contact the owner of that firearm and say, hey, did you sell it? Was it stolen? Because we do encounter some of them, Senator, that they don't know the firearm has been stolen, or it's they're just, those ordinances are kind of what help us out.
But at a stop, now I'm walking through this. So at a stop, it isn't the city ordinance that gives you the right gun. It isn't the city ordinance that gives the officer protection.
Correct.
It's not a tool at the stop.
Correct.
It's not a tool. It's actually on the back end to give that individual an extra, or in Omaha, a misdemeanor for carry concealed. They have it underneath their seat.
Yes, sir.
So it isn't the officer safety issue really isn't an issue under 77 because it's now. Tell them to rather gun is that they shouldn't have right now. It's the law. You get those anyway. Right? Like
yes,
you pull the car over, you smell marijuana, you some other violation. And underneath the Supreme Court, you can always do a search for officer safety. correct?
Oh, yeah, yes, sir.
I mean, there's some exceptions narrowly here and there, but I'm saying generally, if you're somewhere, somebody's walking up to you and you feel threatened, you can do something. I mean, it's not 100%, but there's something. People can argue, but I get it. So then what is the carry conceal? Okay, I heard you on the registration. We can go round and round about that. But what is the tool for the carry conceal violation at the city level? What tool is that?
I guess I wouldn't, I just don't have a good way to explain it. I don't know. I mean, my opinion is, underneath this bill and stuff, there are some of those ordinances that we probably need to sit down and rediscuss. And we sat with Senator Brewer and asked him, like, yeah, we were willing, we've reached out to the city and have said, is this something that we actually do need to sit down and discuss? If the amendment was made, do we get rid of these city ordinances? Would we be okay with it? So I guess, Senator Wayne, I don't know how to properly answer your question. But we were willing to carve some of those out. And registration was one of them. Carrying concealed under the city ordinance was one of them as well, and unlawful transportation. So
We'll have some conversation. I know it's probably a more in-depth hearing last year, so I'm just trying
Yes,
to
sir.
piece it all together.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. Any other questions? See, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And we'll have some follow-up conversation.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Let me go find out.
All right.
We'll find out if it's neutral. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Welcome to your committee.
Thank you. Chairman Wayne, members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for having me here today. My name is Teresa Ewins, Teresa, last name is Ewins, and I am representing the Lincoln Police Department today in opposition of LB 77. Being the chief of police in Lincoln is a great honor, and I value the opportunity to serve not only in this community, but our members at LPD. This bill jeopardizes the safety of our city, those that serve this community, and all officers in the state. Those that obtain a carry concealed weapon permit are taught safe handling of a firearm and practicing firearms with instructors that are proficient. This is like any skill set. You must learn and practice continuously to become proficient. Officers must qualify once a year through a testing process for any firearm that they carry, as well as a secondary handgun that may be carried off duty. Continuously showing proficiency for a skill that muscle memory that will diminish over time if not practiced. To carry a firearm as an officer, you cannot be under the influence of a certain prescription medication. There are warning labels on these medications that warn against operating a vehicle or heavy equipment. This bill allows you to carry a gun while being under the influence of strong prescription medications. This legislation continuously speaks to handguns, but as it's written, also approves the concealment of any deadly weapon. Quote, firearm means any weapon which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel any projectile by the action of an explosive or frame or receiver of any such weapon. Large gatherings bring a safety concern for law enforcement to the potential of mass casualty events. Public gathering places are not under the restrictions listed. When we know that terrorism and mass shootings continue to plague our society, we have planned for and trained to prevent the potential event. How does this legislation make it safe? Our officers are trained to observe those that are carrying weapons under clothing. This bill will prevent them from immediately engaging and stopping possible mass shootings. In our day-to-day work, officers work plainclothes in investigations, task forces for narcotics and gangs, and conduct undercover operations. Imagine a well-intended individual thinking they are helping pulls a gun on officers that are attempting to apprehend a dangerous individual to get them into custody. What does this do to our officers? It takes their attention away from the truly dangerous individual and puts everyone at risk. Additionally, the legislation will require all officers to respond to medical calls for service to retrieve guns from LFR personnel. I ran out of time to secure these weapons.
Any questions from the committee? Senator McKinney.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Thank you for your testimony. Police harassment, brutality, and violence plagues our society too, and has my whole lifetime. And my question is that if I get in a bar fight and I get a misdemeanor, should I have my rights taken away for 10 years? Do you think that's fair?
You have to look at the totality of the circumstances
Okay.
overall before I can even answer that question. A lot of people call, a lot of calls for service occur, which is why we take people on, a description of a suspect, the events that occur. It escalates the event if there is a gun, that if a citizen is saying a gun or a weapon is there.
No, I'm saying if I get into a bar fight with somebody, punch somebody in the face, get charged with a misdemeanor, end up getting convicted of it or pleading out, should I have my rights taken away for 10 years?
Sir, I wish I could answer that question. It really depends on the case itself.
All right, I have another question. So for the minority individuals that live in Lincoln
Yes, sir.
that want a constitutional carry, and you guys want carve outs to keep your ordinances, should you guys also, or should we just tell them move out of Lincoln?
No, not at all. This community is, it's very important to have diversity. Last year when I testified, I said that we should have an ability to reduce the cost to get a permit. I think that it was a suggestion that did not change anything.
If diversity is important and having a community with diverse backgrounds and things like that, why are you guys asking for a carve out for one half of the state, but then we have a whole nother, more than half of the state that can walk around and carry constitutionally, but we want diverse communities?
I have not asked for a carve out. I think this legislation is extremely dangerous. For anyone that comes to Lincoln, goes to a bar, everything in this legislation talks about a handgun, but what they mean is a long gun. It means anything you can conceal. I'm not asking for a carve out.
So you just don't support it no matter what?
No, sir, I don't.
All right, thank you. That's fair. All right.
I just want to say, I believe in everyone's right. The Second Amendment is very important. That's how I was raised. But this legislation, with all the events, the convention centers that we plan on having, it puts us in danger of not being able to prevent something bad from happening.
All right. Any other questions from the committee? Senator Ibar.
I just have one question, and this might be naive of me, I don't know, but is there a percentage of incidences in the city that reflect well on concealed carry? For instance, is there a percentage of those instances that actually concealed carry or a weapon on a person is advantageous?
That's a very difficult question. You know what? I can look into the cases that we've had, and I can get back to you and provide you cases if I can find some.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Next opponent. He's going over. He's got this.
Ron Cunningham, RONCUNNINGHAM. I'm representing myself. Senator Wayne and fellow committee members. I oppose LB 77, and I'm a current gun owner. Concealed carry advocates always tell me that the Constitution gives them the right, and I don't think that's quite clear. 5 men in 2008 gave them the right. In writing the majority opinion in DC versus Heller, Justice Scalia said, "It is not a right to carry any weapon whatsoever, in any manner whatsoever, and for whatever purpose." In 2022, Justice Kavanaugh stressed that properly interpreted, the Second Amendment allows a variety of gun regulations. I hope that most of us don't believe that a gun has any place in a road rage event or any highly volatile confrontation, including domestic differences. A concealed carry, to me, only makes it easier for a gun to enter that type of situation. In 2008, Justice Scalia said guns could not or could be restricted in schools and government buildings. Yet in 2020, this legislature had gun advocates walking the halls with loaded rifles. I believe Justice Scalia would have thought that form of intimidation would have been prohibited or at least restricted. Justice Scalia was one man, nothing more, nothing less, who was one of five at a particular time who determined today's Second Amendment interpretation. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of judges and legal scholars before and after him who say he got it wrong. If you tell a lie often enough, it becomes the truth, whether it's election fraud or Second Amendment rights. In the past 6 or 7 years, our country and states become very divisive. Having followed the unicameral in action, particularly the past 2 years, it concerns me that several of our senators only give primary consideration to personal views or partisan politics rather than what's good for all Nebraskans. Senator Arch last week commented on a legislative rule change and said it's about fairness, it's about courtesy. Yet on that very same day, Senator Brewer talked about attempts by radicals. Please tell Senator Brewer I am not a radical. It's LB 77, a bill for some Nebraskans, but without consideration for all Nebraskans, having every Nebraskan who qualifies under LB 77 allowed to carry a concealed weapon without reasonable limitations isn't good governing if it's considering all Nebraskans.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for being patient today. Next opponent. Welcome back.
Thank you for having me back. My name is Melody Vaccaro, Melody Vaccaro, and I represent Nebraskans Against Gun Violence. I'm handing out a fact sheet from GVpedia, and it just goes over all of the published studies by places like Johns Hopkins and Harvard about it's kind of what happens when we repeal training and background checks. I would also like to get on the record that earlier today we were talking about the expansion of how important it was to expand public education for the suicide prevention hotline and suicide prevention resources. So by repealing touch points with the gun carrying community, that would minimize the impact of any sort of proactive education efforts. And then I wanted to touch base also on some of the preemption aspects in this bill. So I know Senator McKinney, you've been asking a lot about carve outs, and I think that's a fair question over how much should a local municipality be able to regulate, and how much should go to the state and how much should go to the federal. That's certainly a debate willing to be had. One thing that this bill does eliminate is the storage. So any sort of safe storage policy. And this is something, we've been trying to get passed in Lincoln, safe storage policy. And I think at some point we'll probably have better success at the municipal level than the state legislature level. And I wanted to say again, for the record of this bill hearing, that earlier today at Milliken Park Elementary in Fremont, an elementary schooler brought a gun to their elementary school. That happens because guns don't get locked up at home. That's the kind of thing that can be handled in our at the city level for our most densely populated areas where it's most likely to happen just due to the sheer number of statistics and population. Those are the kinds of things we should be able to do. And so I wanted to give a special shout out about municipal right to enact safe storage if they want to protect from unauthorized access to guns in their community.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here again.
Thank you.
Next opponent.
Good afternoon. My name is John Lee, Johnlee. I'm from Lincoln. I'm representing myself and anyone else who is interested in peace and good government. The Nebraska unicameral should not consider passage of LB 77 to allow virtually anyone to carry a concealed weapon anywhere in Nebraska with no restrictions. There is a serious problem now of too many guns in the hands of too many people who should not have them. 2023 is only 26 days old, and already 70 people have been killed by mass shootings in the United States. Passing LB 77 would not solve any problems and would only add to problems that already exist. Senator Brewer, if you were here, and other sponsors of this bill, if you think you need to carry a gun to defend yourself, I would suggest you carry it openly, because I and many others will not want to get anywhere near you. You continue to talk about constitutional carry as if all Americans have a right to carry any kind of weapon anywhere at any time. I've brought what I believe is the only kind of weapon the Constitution would allow, but they didn't let me bring it in. Because it's the only type of gun that was known at the time the Constitution was written. It's a rifle that was made in 1869 that would fire a single shot, then require up to a minute to reload. The pistols that were known at that time were also single shot. The revolver was not invented until 1831. Those gentlemen writing the US Constitution could not have imagined allowing, quote, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, end quote, that would fire 15 rounds in a second. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for not bringing the rifle, I appreciate it. Young lady, come on up. You've been waiting patiently. Mom, come behind me and record. You can come behind me and record.
Hello, Mr. Chair and
You have to speak up a little bit.
Yes. Okay. Hello, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Amelia Aspen, Amelia Aspen, and I'm 13 years old, and I attend St. Margaret Mary's Catholic School in Omaha, Nebraska. Since I was 7 years old, I've gone to gun ranges and rural settings to shoot guns with my family. We have several guns of our own, in fact. My dad has always taught me about gun safety and rules to owning a gun, like how to clean it and store it safely, but most people do not get that time to learn, and especially when there's no laws that require people to learn how to use firearms, most people will not be able to learn or have the opportunity to learn how to use them. As someone comfortable with guns, I would say, I know firsthand how powerful they are. Seeing school shootings year after year makes me more and more worried that my school is going to fall into the victim of this horrible trend. I think that if there's any time to make this law, it's not right now because of the trend that we're seeing right now. If someone is mentally ill or dangerous, I don't want them to have easy access to guns and be able to bring them into public places legally, especially because under this law, they may very well be ignorant of how powerful and dangerous guns can be. In conclusion, I do believe in gun rights, but I think there needs to be more training and supervision over guns rather than less. For these reasons, I oppose LB 77.
Thank you. Any questions? You did very well. Thank you. At this time, will those testifying in a neutral capacity line up outside, and we'll start bringing them in here shortly. Next opponent. Only one? Then they can come in. Just have them come in. Yeah.
I'm Nancy Packard, NANCY-PACKARD of Lincoln, Nebraska. This is a letter I wrote Senator Brewer, and I'd like to read it to all of you. The Honorable Senator Tom Brewer, room 1423, Post Office Box 94604, Lincoln, Nebraska 68509. Dear Senator Brewer, I was in our state capitol last week. My granddaughter, 4 years old, and I had missed bus 40 at the Gold's departure point, and I thought we could walk home. We stopped in the Capitol for candy bars, and I saw the bison head and your name on the door, and I nearly came in to introduce Evelyn to you and me to you. I wanted to tell you that I am so worried about your bill to provide guns. I try to present the reassuring image of a calm old lady, because in stores, on streets, and in cars, I see people who look exhausted and frazzled. We all long to be safe and calm. Last summer, I was at an outdoor concert and my friend said, I wonder how many are packing guns. It was shocking to me to think about. I do not want to have guns on my mind when I'm outside my home. I simply do not see any positive outcome. I greatly respect our state legislature and I respect you, Senator Brewer, and your work, but please consider my wishes. By the way, I grew up on a farm and we had a gun on the farm, some kind of gun, and I think my husband had a gun too. So it's just the proliferation of guns and the thought that there might be a gun everywhere that is terrifying to people. And I want to repeat that I try to give the image of being just a calm old lady because I think there aren't that many calm people nowadays. Everybody looks frazzled. We don't want them to have guns, do we? And we don't want them to be shot by guns. So.
Hold on one second. Might be a question. Any questions from the committee? Zena, thank you for being here today. Next opponent. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having me. My name's Courtney Ring, Courtneyring. I am a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. This is my personal statement. I am testifying in honor of my friend Dan, who on the night of June 26th of 2005 was shot in the back of the head and the left side of the brain while walking to his car in a quiet neighborhood of Chicago after leaving a local restaurant and bar. We shared an apartment at the time, and I received a phone call from the hospital social worker as I had been the last person that Dan contacted that evening. And it was I confirmed his identity trauma unit of the hospital, but only by his hands as his face was unrecognizable. Prior to this event, Dan had been a professional stage actor, singer, and dancer, making his living full-time in the performing arts. He survived the shooting, but has been permanently disabled in multiple ways, including losing the ability to read or write. He has aphasia, double vision, difficulty using the right side of his body in totality for SD, and he will never work again or live on his own. This event changed our community and changed me fundamentally as his friend and colleague. The offender was never caught and justice never served. The detectives ruled out many motives, but the one motive that remained on the table that is documented in the media was that it was a potential hate crime, as Dan was openly gay, and this particular week was Gay Pride Week in Chicago, and Dan had been patronizing gay-friendly bars and restaurants in the area that evening. While we will never know the exact reason for this heinous act, the fact remains that it was an attack by someone who should never have been in possession of a firearm, and who knows what other atrocities this person committed after shooting my friend. I grew up here in Nebraska, and a few years ago, my husband and I decided to move back in order to raise our young son in a place where he could run, play, have a backyard, and walk to school without the fear of violence. What we did not expect is that some Nebraskans would be more willing to disregard the safety of their fellow citizens for the ability to carry a handgun without training or a background check. By weakening critical gun safety laws, our communities will only see greater gun violence by people who should never have access to a firearm. There must be checks and balances, training, and permits for acquiring and carrying a handgun in public in Nebraska, just as we are required to train, test, license, and carry insurance to drive a motor vehicle. There's no logical reason to pass this bill, and I urge you to vote no on LB 77. This concludes my testimony, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for being here. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Next opponent.
Hello, good afternoon, Senators. My name is Rabia Qasimyar, ROBIAQASIMYAR. I'm here today on my own behalf and Now, I don't have a resounding personal story to share. I don't have an advanced academic degree with research background about permitless carry, and I don't belong to an association that directly relates to this issue. What I do have, however, is passion for gun safety regulations as a common citizen of this state. And I'm having a challenging time understanding how, especially in the face of your daily news about shootings and mass shootings across this country, instead of conversations to ensure continued gun safety measures, we are discussing the elimination of them by allowing people to carry concealed firearms without a permit or taking necessary safety measures, or necessary safety courses rather, in background checks. That's not only dangerous for others, but also for gun owners themselves. We need and should have permits for things like operating motor vehicles, which can be hazardous. So I'm troubled by this discussion about people being able to carry a loaded weapon without one. GVpedia research compared gun violence homicide rates 3 years before and after states passed permitless carry laws. In just those 3 years, gun violence homicide rates increased 22% compared to the national average of 10%. And various research from economists John Donahue and others also show increases in such rates in states that passed permitless carry laws. And this point about allowing easier access to gun ownership so people can protect themselves and their families. Guns do not equate to safety. If it did, then the US having the highest level of gun ownership in the world would mean that our crime and violence rates would be the lowest. But in actuality, our homicide rates horrifically outpace others. Using data from the Small Arms Survey, the Council on Foreign Relations showed that in 2019, US gun homicides per 100,000 people was 4.12. Comparably, Canada had 0.5, Australia had 0.18, UK with 0.04, and Japan with 0.02. If we are interested in protection of self and family, why not offer free or reduced cost opportunities for Nebraskans to take self-defense courses? Better yet, why not try to reach root issues and make significant investments in access to mental health services? We cannot fight fire with fire, and we cannot fight firearms with firearms. The irony, too, is that if this bill's goal truly is to increase public safety, it would actually be taking away funding for it, as the Nebraska State Patrol notes in potential decreases in gross revenues as much as $610,000 annually per the fiscal note for this bill. If folks have the means to purchase the firearm, maintain it, clean it, buy ammunition for it, they can spare a few hundred courses. And you all are elected to make responsible, well-informed decisions, so I hope you and members of your team have and will continue to dissect the facts and research about this issue. And one of our new slogans is Nebraska. Honestly, it's not for everyone. And yeah, permitless carry, honestly, it's not for everyone, and it shouldn't be for Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next part. How many opponents do I have left? Okay, thank you. Then I have one neutral. Two neutrals. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Senator Wayne
Hey.
and members, hi. Senator Wayne and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Christy Abraham, Christy Abraham. I'm here representing the League of Nebraska Municipalities. I'm here because, as Senator Wayne knows very well from seeing me in the Urban Affairs Committee, the League is historically against anything that takes away local control. And as you will read in the first few sections of this bill, there are powers taken away from municipalities in their ability to regulate concealed carry. The League feels very strongly that our local elected officials, at the city council level, at the village board level, really are in the best position to make decisions about what's best for their community. You've heard from the city of Omaha, certainly what their needs are very different than what the village of Ansley needs. And so we really feel that those decisions should be made at the local level. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thanks so much.
Welcome.
Twice in 2 days. How lucky for all of us. Chairman Wayne, members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Erin Feichtinger, ErinFeichtinger, and I'm the Policy Director for the Women's Fund of Omaha. As you know, the Women's Fund of Omaha is committed to reducing incidents of domestic violence in the state and creating safety for survivors. For this reason, we stand in firm opposition to LB 77. I am also submitting testimony from the Executive Director of the Nebraska Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence, who couldn't be here. Nebraska does not release statistics about the connection between domestic violence and firearms, but national data demonstrates the incredible danger for victims of domestic violence posed by the lack of regulations around firearms. The presence of a gun in a domestic violence situation increases the risk of homicide by 500%. More than 600 women are shot to death by intimate partners in the United States every year. That's a victim every 14 hours. Nearly half of all women murdered in the United States are killed by a former or current intimate partner, and more than half of those homicides are by firearm. More than 1 in 4 homicides in the United States is related to domestic violence, and the use of firearms in situations of domestic violence increases the likelihood of there being multiple fatalities. Most mass shootings are related to domestic violence in the United States. Between 2014 and 2019, 59.1% of those shootings were related to domestic violence, including the recent mass shooting in Monterey Park. Around 4.5 million women alive today in the United States report that an intimate partner threatened them using a gun, and 1 million women report being shot or shot at by an intimate partner. I know that this bill includes continuing the restrictions on firearms for those convicted of domestic violence, and we also know that domestic violence is both underreported and underprosecuted in Nebraska, meaning that domestic violence homicides in Nebraska will likely increase if this bill passes. We strongly encourage you to vote no on LB 77, and I am happy to answer any questions you might have at this late hour.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next opponent. Again, for those watching, if you're here to testify as a proponent, you should start lining up right now in the hall. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Wayne and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jaden Speed, Jayden-Speed. I am 18 years old, a senior in high school, the leader of Nebraska's chapter of Students Demand Action, and a member of the Students Demand Action National Advisory Board. My entrance into gun violence prevention came when I was 13. In 2018, a tragic school shooting took place in Parkland, Florida. I was becoming a freshman in high school that year, and I was shaken by the very idea that our schools were a target in the national epidemic of gun violence. I worked on the issue of gun violence prevention for 4 years now with Students Demand Action and Moms Demand Action. I've testified on an iteration of this bill for 3 years now. And every year so far, the legislature has prioritized public safety by not advancing this legislation. The bottom line is that LB 77 would allow people to carry hidden, loaded guns in public without a background check or safety training. It would lower the bar for who may carry concealed handguns in public in Nebraska and make it easier for violent criminals to carry hidden guns in crowd centers and city streets. Let me be clear that you can be a responsible, safe gun owner and not support dangerous legislation like permitless carry. I come from a rural community in southeastern Nebraska. I've grown up in an environment where gun ownership and hunting is common practice. My family has guns in the home. Gun owners in my community understand that owning a firearm means responsibility, and it means putting safety first. Background checks, training, permits, and safety are common sense, and they should be common practice. This legislation would ultimately make our communities less safe and put human lives at risk, both in rural and urban communities. The fact weakening permitting requirements has been proven to increase gun violence in other states that have tried similar policies. Research shows that states that have weakened their firearm permitting system have experienced an 11% increase in handgun homicide rates and a 13 to 15% increase in violent crime rates. I strongly ask that you consider this legislation and its impacts fully. And I ultimately ask that you oppose LB 77 and the danger it presents to our communities.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. I am Sherry St. Clair, SHISTCAR, and Justice Action on to 42 different countries, and the only country where I worry about getting shot is this one. At movies, shopping, shopping malls, grocery stores, or simply driving, innocent people have ended up dead because of the too easily availability of guns in this country. Although the Supreme Court determined that self-defense is a central component of the Second Amendment, the court also stated that state or local gun controls are allowed. I find the argument that because other states have done this, Nebraska should do this as well to be particularly weak. Requiring those who wish to walk around with weapons to obtain permits or undergo training is not onerous. I am supportive of common sense gun safety legislation. Age limits on the purchase of some types of weapons, background checks, training, red flag laws, and probably even gun liability insurance. And I would like to see Nebraska become a leader rather than a follower in gun safety. I think that the weight of evidence shows that more guns, especially readily availability of guns, leads to more spontaneous shootings. We've had a couple cases in Lincoln recently. Following a car accident, a gun owner told police he freaked out, took the gun out of the central console of his car, and shot the other driver 6 times. He died. And now we have a second Lincolnite who's been fatally shot, this time by his neighbor over dogs. So bottom line is, I've yet to hear how or why permitless concealed carry handguns serves the public good. I believe that with rights come responsibilities. Those carrying guns must be cognizant of the dangers that guns can present. So I remain opposed to LB 77 and request that it not be advanced from this committee.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Any other opponent? Welcome.
I'm so sorry. Hi, I'm Cindy Maxwell Ostick. That's CindyMaxwell-OSTDIEK. And I'm a mom to 3 and a Nebraskan worried about gun violence and especially how it weighs on our children and young people. My oldest is the same age as the kids from Sandy Hook Elementary. And I think of these children and their grieving families often when my kids achieve milestones and when I'm enjoying my time with them. My oldest is in the process of sitting for his driver's license this season, and those children would be too. I recently ran for legislature in District 4 in West Omaha, and this topic, LB 77 and the one last spring, came up very often. It was before the legislature when I was canvassing, and it remained a significant concern for parents and teachers throughout the summer and fall. We all watched the horrors at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, at the 4th of July parade in Highland Park, Illinois, the LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs, and at a Walmart in Chesapeake, Virginia, just to name a few. I spoke with many neighbors who were like me. They believe in the Second Amendment and have guns in their home like we do in ours. Many are like my husband, who has a gun and a concealed carry permit, but they, like my family, strongly believe that training and a permit is the very minimum to expect from responsible gun owners. Please vote no on LB 77. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? How many opponents we got left? Just one? Okay, then we got 2. All right. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon again. My name is Michelle Bates, MICHELLEBATES. The gun topic is always an emotional topic for me. Not only have I lost family members to gun by suicide, I myself at one point was very depressed, and had I had the ability to have a firearm, I may not be here today. I also have an older son, not James, but my older son, who has contemplated suicide, and he did have access to a firearm. Luckily, we also had a very good friend. He had a very good friend who was there for him and walked him through, why he shouldn't do it, and so he's here with us today. So, and then this is my story. Approximately 16 years ago, I was at home with my husband and 2 young sons who were 2 and 7 at the time. While my sons were playing, my husband and I were discussing the topic of divorce. He was upset, but I had been adamant that I wanted a divorce. He went into the other room and came back out, and with him he brought a 9mm. He told me the only way that we were going to end this marriage was by death. At that point in time, I begged him to let my 2 sons go to my parents' house, who lived right down the street from us. My oldest son, who was 7 at the time, took his young brother, Jaden, with him to my parents' house. so that they would not have to see the carnage that would happen if it were to happen. My ex-husband continued to rant and rave for hours. And it was not until the early morning of the next day that he finally passed out, fell asleep, whatever you want to say, and I escaped. If he were to be a person who had a concealed carry without a permit in Nebraska, this instance could have happened at my parents' house. It could have happened in public. It could have happened anywhere. I knew that he was having mental issues and was suffering because of my wanting divorce. This could have happened anywhere. If that would have happened, I would not have been the only victim. There would have been more. I'm in support or opposing LB 77 because I believe that a permit needs to be required to carry a firearm. I also wanted to let you guys take a special note. I don't know if you've looked at the hunter education safety requirements or hunter permit requirements from age 12 to 29. The first time you hunt in Nebraska, you must take a firearm safety course. That is required for hunting in Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you. That's actually a really interesting point. Sorry. I talk out loud sometimes. Next opponent. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. My name's Judy King, Judyking. I vehemently oppose LB 77, and even more after listening to her testimony, because I think maybe if some of these pro-life women in here had to deal with that and were worried about a woman getting shot, they might think again about banning abortions. And they might think again about if she was pregnant, would you care more? Would you care more if she was pregnant? Anyway, I was at a hearing the other day and it was regarding guns. And one of the gentlemen there said he was in a militia. And I didn't know we had a militia in Nebraska. But apparently we do. And so I looked it up and tried to understand what were the rights of the militia. And anyway, I did some more digging, and we have, in Nebraska, we have Patriots, Oath Keepers, 3%, and Proud Boys, and some like to say they are in a militia. Several of these groups are now going to jail for trying to take over our U.S. Capitol and for killing and assaulting police officers. These groups like to call themselves militias, but they are just domestic terrorists. Terrorists against our government, similar to the 9/11 terrorists. There are already too many guns in Nebraska. People are leaving them everywhere and not locking them up. Even the police are having their guns stolen out of their vehicles because they were not locked up. So now we want to have more guns with no training and no permit. That's just kind of ludicrous. This has to be some kind of joke. We have rural groups of people that were in the takeover of the Capitol with one person that was in the war room on January 5th, the day before the takeover. He then decided to run for governor. And he has a PAC now that he's trying to elect all the right-wing terrorists so that they can stop democracy. And no, I don't trust a lot of these rural gun owners anymore. I did in the old days, but I don't anymore. What happened to the good old boys with the guns? Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions?
Any questions?
Seeing none, thank you for being here. And that concludes our opponents, I believe. Any other opponent? Nope, that concludes. Opponents, you can exit, and we'll start with neutral testimony. Any neutral testimony? Haven't seen you after the election. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's been a whirlwind.
Welcome.
Thank you. Honorable Chairman Wayne and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Aaron Hanson, Hanson. I'm the sheriff of Douglas County, Nebraska. I testify in front of you today in a neutral capacity because as sheriff of a county that has a lot of diversity in terms of both wealth, violence, urban, rural, I think it's important that I strike the appropriate tone on this important public policy issue. Like many law enforcement professionals you've heard today, I too support the rights of law-abiding gun owners to carry concealed handguns to protect themselves and their families. But also as a 26-year veteran in law enforcement, I realize that unfortunately we have many negligent, reckless firearm possessors who I've seen engage in some very dangerous behavior. When you look across the country, I really think that we have to listen to our Chief Touchmonitor, probably one of the most experienced chiefs in the nation, both in terms of longevity, but also in terms of results. As I look at many of our peer cities in states such as Missouri or Oklahoma or Texas or Illinois or Indiana, and we see their large cities with escalating violence and homicides, and Omaha is going the other way, it is definitely worth pause. It's worth asking one of the most expert chiefs in the nation what we're doing differently. And I think that today, let's keep in mind, when an individual steals a car under a certain felony amount, or shoplifts, or is involved in trespassing on someone's property, or stalking a female, or assaulting an individual, if they have a concealed gun, they've committed a crime. And if they do it again, they've committed a felony. My concern is that although I support the rights of law-abiding gun owners to carry firearms to protect themselves, we don't want to create unintended loopholes which allow for unintended consequences in which we lose those tools to disrupt those gun possessors who are not law-abiding, not carrying weapons to protect their families. They may not be prohibited persons yet per state or federal law, but in many cases, they can be just as dangerous. All I ask is that the policymakers, please make sure you understand the tools that will be removed. And let's see if we can strike a smart balance to have both. Support law-abiding gun owners, but make sure that we don't create unintended loopholes for criminals to pass through. Thank you for your time. I'll take any questions you may have.
Any questions? Senator Geis.
I'll keep you long. I appreciate you saying that you support, I mean, I think you said exactly what I said earlier on your cover letter, that you're supportive of law-abiding citizens carrying. But you're concerned about the unintended loopholes. And so would you just like tell us two of those, just two maybe, that would be in here that would be of concern, just briefly?
Sure. Well, let's take, for example, the issues that really concern me the most. So in Nebraska, if you steal property under $1,500, it's a misdemeanor. I'm agnostic to that level. It is what it is. If you steal something $1,500 or more, it's a felony. Individual walks into Menards and steals a power tool. It's $1,500 or more. He's not only committed felony theft, but he's violated the statute for possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. If that same individual steals an item that's $1,499, under the current language in LB 77, they'll face the underlying misdemeanor charge, no standalone gun charge. They too would be shielded by the constitutional carry protection in LB 77. Most citizens I speak with, even the most ardent Second Amendment supporters, when you lay it out in those terms, they're quick to say, well, I don't support that. That's not what I want. And I think that 99% reasonable people would agree. And you could extend that scenario to anything. You could extend it to a man who's stalking my teenage daughter and trespassing on my property, misdemeanor and misdemeanor. If he is in possession of a concealed firearm at the time, he's committed the misdemeanor crimes and a standalone gun crime, which if he does it again will be a felony and render him prohibited. We will lose those tools under this strict language in LB 77. It's up to the policymakers to decide if that's important or not. I think it is, but ultimately we'll enforce the laws that you implement.
And I agree. I think some of the loopholes make this more about non-law abiding citizens than the law abiding. So thank you.
Are there other questions from the committee? Senator McKinney.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer, and thank you for your testimony, Sheriff Hansen. My question kind of goes back to Chief Schmatter testified earlier, and I asked him a question about disproportionate contact pretty much. And in his response to me, he said there's a high potential, I won't say high, said there's potential for a decrease in the amount of arrests of Black individuals. That disproportionate amount of arrests could potentially decrease if this version of LB 77 passes. So what do I say to my constituents that want a constitutional carrier, but also don't want to, and we got to be honest here, to just be harassed by law enforcement?
Well, your constituents are my constituents as well. And so if I was speaking to my constituents, which our constituents overlap, I would say that my first concern is the disproportionality of minority citizens who are being victimized. We do have a disproportionate majority of our homicide victims who are people that fall into minority classifications or groups. And I think that, again, it comes back to an issue of balance. Do we want to make sure that people of color are not disproportionately arrested if they don't need to be? Of course. But my first priority that I also want to at least put at an equal footing is that innocent people of a similar situation are not disproportionately victimized by criminals who would do them harm.
Are minorities the only ones that commit violent crimes in our state?
Absolutely not.
It gets to my point. They're coming asking for a carve out when a huge portion of the state's population of minority individuals are in Lincoln and Omaha. By even asking for a carve out is ignoring the perception issue that you have of, you're pretty much saying carve out everybody but the cities where most minorities live in our state. And that is super offensive.
You know, Senator, I understand that that's your perspective. When I listen to
It's not my perspective, it's my reality.
When I understand that. When I listened to Chief Schmatter's testimony, what I heard him saying, that when it comes to certain issues, it sounds like Chief Schmatter is like many people that testified here today, and we're past the point of whether or not local law enforcement should have to acquiesce on local control for concealed handguns in the hands of law-abiding citizens. When I heard Chief Schmatter's testimony, I heard that he wants to maintain some level of local control on other gun ordinances. And so I didn't hear him asking for a carve out. I think he's asking for a certain level of local control above and beyond any statutes that would prohibit law-abiding citizens from carrying
But I
concealed
don't think it matters how you word it, carve out, ordinance, tool. It's all pretty much the same thing. We just probably differ on the wording. You don't have to respond. I just think when we do bills, especially criminal justice bills, we got to think of the holistic perspective. And when people come down here and ask for these type of things, they're ignoring the reality of many people that they claim they're representing. And I'm not saying that people who are not law-abiding citizens shouldn't be restricted from carrying firearms or anything. What I'm saying is, if we're potentially going to have a standard in our state where individuals are going to be allowed to carry constitutionally, I'm strongly against restricting Omaha and Lincoln. If we're gonna do it across the board. Because to me, it's pretty much saying minority people, Black people, however I want to say the words, you are not allowed to constitutionally carry, because based on the population of our state, those are the individuals that will be mostly affected by a carve out or keeping the ordinance. Thank you.
Other questions for this testifier? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, neutral testifier. Welcome to your Judiciary Committee.
Thank you. Does my time start now? Okay. My name is, I'm here to testify.
Can you say and spell your last
Oh,
name?
sure. Parker, Parker. And I first want to say thank you to Senator Wayne. It's amazing that he wanted to make sure people's testimonies were heard, and that's just the right way to start off as he's chair of the Judiciary Committee. And we don't always see eye to eye, or Senator Wayne was here, you could say that. But I have to tell you, when I do see him, I just appreciate and have felt comfortable around him. I'm going to get into some of my testimony, which quite frankly is uncomfortable, but I believe it does need to be addressed. And this is something that should be addressed because a lot of us can be taken advantage of under narratives. And I see a narrative that people are being taken advantage of. And so I think it's important to address that. And therefore, that's why I'm testifying today in the neutral side of things. I'm first going to start out a personal testimony. I am a concealed permit carrier myself. I went through the classes, and as I had went through the classes, or the class, I actually had been to the gun range multiple times, and I was one, it took me over 10 years because I was looking for the right gun of my choosing, because I felt such a responsibility if I was going to carry, and that I not only needed to look out for my safety, but others around me. That's the way it should be. So when I went in through the class that I did, and there was also another class or an option to practice before you go in for your concealed carry permit class, I went ahead and did that. But what stirred me to go forward with that was because of an experience that I had here at the Capitol of someone in a political, who was a state senator, who physically had hurt me. I made a law enforcement report about it. I'm not going to say their name, but due to the cameras being off at the Capitol, it was their word against mine, but it was a longer wait in time in me coming forward. But it was that incident where I knew this person had a lot of political power, had a lot of connections across the state. And when they would try to intimidate me at other times, even up till the very year before their term limited out, and it got my attention when I finally decided to go for my concealed permit, was when I was testing on and me. And so I knew I better do something. So anyhow, I took the steps that I needed to take, and it was really disheartening that the report of since the Capitol of what's going on. But I just want to say that as a woman and a concealed carry permit carrier, it's under a false sense of security to think that nobody, that everybody's safe without constitutional carry, because
Ma'am,
that's
I
not.
have to cut you off right there. It's a red light. I appreciate your testimony. See if anybody has questions for you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming down today. I appreciate it. And thank you for being patient.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other neutral testimony? Seeing none, we'll take a quick recess to open up proponents again. I think we have about an hour left and we'll be good to go.
If we all have a chance. I'm gonna have to wait on that. Okay, Clinton, Linton, semi county. One here, the other, every time it comes up. But the true fact of the matter is if you, the senators, are going to uphold your oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. I too took that oath. I intend to uphold. The Constitution is very clear about the right to not only keep, but to bear arms. Crime and gangs will not go away. I've enjoyed the Fat County. I know a citizen as far as his house. Law enforcement to the crime. As such, the number of guns carried will not change with or without this law. Is whether you make criminal law going to force against them.
Yeah. We're used to sure.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next proponent.
It is my duty to make sure you get them. My name is Matthew Mammoser, Mathew-Mammoser. Thank you for the opportunity to publicly address Legislative Bill 77. I am Regional Director for the National Association for Gun Rights, a member-supported organization with tens of thousands of members in support of the state of Nebraska. On behalf of NAGR and our members in Nebraska, I come before the committee today in support of Legislative Bill 77. Despite multiple restrictions in the bill that will do nothing but place an undue burden on law-abiding gun owners with non-significant effect on crime, we at NAGR urge the quick passage of this very important piece of legislation. At the heart of Legislative Bill 77 is the idea that our Second Amendment rights and our right to self-defense should not be subject to whims of the state. The concept of Legislative Bill 77 and other constitutional carry bills like it are quite simple. Constitutional carry laws recognize the right of law-abiding citizens to carry a firearm on their person, openly or concealed, without having to receive government permission in the form of a mandatory state-issued license. This bill maintains the concealed permit system for interstate reciprocity. By rendering the carry permit optional within Nebraska, the state will be joining the likes of 25 other states that have restored their citizens. The number of constitutional carry states continues to grow, and if Nebraska passes this landmark legislation this year, it will be joining a list that includes states which have some of the lowest crime rates in the nation. The National Association for Gun Rights fought hard to constitutional carry in all of these states, and we will continue and Nebraska is added to the list. As I speak, constitutional carry is currently in place in virtually every neighboring state besides Colorado and is already prepared to advance through the process in South Carolina and Florida. So now is an excellent time for Nebraska to join this growing movement. Critics of constitutional carry often argue that this law would create Wild West shootouts and blood running in the streets simply because the concealed carry permit is rendered optional. Yet there is no evidence for this. In fact, all evidence is in contradiction of this outrageous claim. That is why I urge you to disregard the falsehoods and manipulated statistical interpretations of those who seek to weaken the Second Amendment. According to FBI crime statistics, states which have passed constitutional carry into law have both lower rates of violence and lower murder rates by firearm than non-constitutional carry states. Allowing law-abiding citizens to carry their firearm openly or concealed without government intrusion reduces crime. Legislative Bill 77 is a simple bill. It doesn't allow anyone to carry a weapon that cannot legally possess one. Criminals will not suddenly be able to legally carry a gun. Those violent felons barred under the law from legally owning or carrying a gun will still be barred under Legislative Bill 77. The argument that criminals will suddenly be emboldened to illegally carry guns because of constitutional carry is laughable. There is no statistical evidence to back up these claims, and criminals will carry and conceal guns despite any laws you write. This bill does nothing more than restore law-abiding gun owners' ability to carry a lawfully possessed gun on their person while in public without having to obtain government permission to do so.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here and thank you for your petitions. Next proponent.
Hi, I'm Brianna Baudino. It's spelled Briana Bowdino. Thank you guys and senators for being here, and thank you, Chairman Senator Wayne, for allowing this hearing to happen and bringing us back here. I'm here to support LB 77. I wanted to thank Senator Brewer for introducing this bill, along with my senator, Senator Clements, who supports it. And then in District 2, I live in Ashland, Nebraska, District 2, Ashland. And our neighboring districts, Senator Bosselman supports it of District 23, and Senator Holdcraft from District 36. Thank you so much for your support. So LB 77 seeks to allow permitless carry of a concealed weapon, which will now level the playing field with criminals who carry guns as they please. This is one of the problems I have with the concealed carry permit. By nature, the permit will create a government list of law-abiding citizens who have firearms. Why would any government ever need a list of law-abiding citizens who have guns? It's beyond necessary, and some would argue that it's borderline tyranny. All Nebraskans should be asking why our government wants to keep a list of good guys with guns. With the freely armed citizenry, criminals will think twice before attempting crimes like theft and rape. They'll never know if the person is prepared to protect themselves with a gun. Crime will go down. So gun laws and gun-free zones create excellent targets for violent, opportunistic criminals. So I say, for the safety of all, Nebraskans should never be required to ask for permission to use their Second Amendment right. It's time to level the playing field and let Nebraskans carry how they want. I say no more lists, no more permits to use a freedom that's already mine.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thanks.
Next proponent. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Keith Kolash, Keith Kollalasch. I am the Director of Legislative Affairs for Nebraska Firearms Owners Association, and I'm also a criminal defense attorney. I'm here today to get into some of the things that were brought up by the opponents of LB 77, specifically the issues that law enforcement believe that they would have if this would pass. Actually, when you look at LB 77, it actually increases what law enforcement is allowed to do when dealing with someone that has a concealed weapon. When you look at the system and the way it's actually put out in the bill, this is more of a permitless carry bill rather than a constitutional carry bill. All the requirements and restrictions, or the restrictions that are currently in place with the concealed handgun permitting system, remain in place as far as a pretty long list of places you can't carry, additional things like you cannot be drinking alcohol while you're concealed carrying. So there's a lot of those that remain in place. But what this also does is it gives more tools for law enforcement. The ID requirement that you have to have an ID when you're concealed carrying. If you're in violation of that, that's a Class 3 misdemeanor. If you don't announce upon contact with law enforcement, that's another Class 3 misdemeanor. If you do not present your ID when requested by the officer, that's another Class 3 misdemeanor. So at that point, before we even have gotten to the question of whether or not the person is a prohibited possessor, if they are following the requirements of 28-1202, you've already have 3 arrestable offenses before we even get to the question of whether or not they can legally be carrying a firearm. Also, if they do not allow the law enforcement upon request to seize a firearm for the duration of the stop, that's a class 1 misdemeanor. So now we're up to 4 before we get to the issue of whether or not they can conceal carry. LB 77 doesn't get into anything that would change or create any loopholes where someone who's already a prohibited possessor can now suddenly be able to conceal carry. There's issues that have been brought up historically by Omaha law enforcement as far as with gang members and the violence that occurs there. A lot of that is previously testified by those authorities that we're looking at people 21 and younger do the vast majority of those crimes. Again, they would not be allowed to conceal carry under this bill. And again, law enforcement, they would not be in a position where there's going to be any new threats to their any safety. A Terry still have that ability to frisk for weapons for officer safety issues. So that remains in place. This doesn't make it unsafe for officers. And I was going to get into some more. I did address those issues in the handout that I had. I would take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions?
I just have to ask one.
Okay.
I'll make it short. So you don't object to someone having this?
No.
Okay.
No, I think as far as an officer safety issue, it's good for them to know right away that they're dealing with someone with a firearm. And generally, I have a handgun permit right now, and whenever I have contact with an officer at a traffic stop or anything like that, you have to know the ID. Generally, the deputies I do. Sometimes Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next, proponent. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Wayne, and thanks to all the senators on the committee. I'm Steve Davies, STEVE DAVIES, and I testify in support of LB 77. The firearm is the greatest security to life, liberty, and property. And this bill will align law and practice to the Constitution. A lot of people have questions about what constitutional carry will do to crime rates. I know of 2 studies that address that in states that have already adopted it. One of them by the Crime Prevention Research Center showed only one area where there was a significant difference pre and post constitutional carry, and that was a statistically significant drop in violent crime. Even killing of officers was not impacted. All of the rest of them were flat. There was decrease in violent crime. There's another study that I know of, and they show a double-digit increase in violent crime. And that one was summarized in Atlantic Magazine. The only difficulty with that study, and you might have heard some of those figures in the previous hour, is that they didn't have real facts for that projection. It was a computer modeling scenario where they got to those numbers. So that's the studies I know of impact that other states have seen. The first gentleman talked about open carry being a target. I can see that. The cost for a permit is a restriction. And with today's internet security, being on a list can make a person a target. I just want to finish with one example from the wider world about security and defense. When the Soviet Union broke up, Ukraine became, in the 1990s, President in Russia approached them, and Ukraine ended up with nuclear weapons. Approached Ukraine and said, If you give up your nuclear weapons, we guarantee your sovereignty and territorial integrity. That finishes my testimony.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next, proponent. Well,
thank you. I did have a hand here of the statement that I had prepared, although most of this has actually been covered previously, most of which from Senator Brewer in his opening statements. Some of this I do want to go over. I am a lifelong Nebraskan. I'm a firearm owner, concealed handgun permit holder, concealed handgun permit instructor, currently a board member for Nebraska Firearms Owners Association, but I'm testifying on behalf of myself today. A couple things. First of all, I know that a few of you are co-sponsors to LB 77, so thank you for that. Senator Blood, I just want to comment on your question to Senator Brewer in his opening statement asking about the federal government, why don't they get their stuff together? None of us in this room can fix that. We have an opportunity to fix it here in our state, so I appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of fixing it here. One thing that I want to reiterate that Senator Brewer said, no other right that's listed in the Constitution is treated the same way the right to keep and bear arms is treated. There's no prior restraint placed upon our rights to speech or worship, due process, or any others. The burden only placed on the support of the United States Association ruin. Justice Thomas, in his opinion, constitutional right to bear self-defense is not a second-class right, subject to an entirely different body of rules than the other Bill of Rights guarantees, end quote. The Second Amendment says the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, we can have a conversation regarding what exactly infringed means, but instead I would urge you to look at the other amendments in the Bill of Rights. Any reasonable person would consider it an infringement to require a training class and a permit to go to church or to speak here today. It would be an infringement to require training and a permit before you're granted the right to due process or a fair and speedy trial. It would definitely be an infringement to consider require training and a permit to go vote for one of you fine folks. So the truth is, not every Nebraskan can exercise their right to keep and bear arms. Right now, we have a chance to fix this. I would all of you let it happen along with the way that others intended this country work.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming. Next proponent. Oh, sorry, Senator Blood.
Thank you, Speaker Wayne. Thank you for your testimony. So I since you directed some of this at me, as have several other testifiers, here's the issue that I'm having, and we don't always have as much time to explain what's going on in our heads.
Sure.
Is that both the state constitution and the Constitution say that you have the right to bear arms. They don't talk about whether it's concealed carry. It is. They just say you have the right. So we feel we have the right to do this in Nebraska, and I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm talking you through what I'm thinking of.
Absolutely.
Right. So the issue for me is that if we do it state, then we create a patchwork of laws for gun owners as opposed to having one rule across the land.
Mm-hmm.
We keep making the excuse that the federal government's never going to get around to it, but yet we keep voting the same idiots in time after time after time, and then there's always excuses. And then we also ignore things like the 26th Amendment, which is our right to vote.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have to show an ID to vote. And
I have to show an ID to buy a gun.
We're okay with making sure that we disenfranchise people when it comes to voting. The only time really we're all equal in the United States is the day that we vote. One voice, one vote. So for me, sometimes I have trouble when we talk about the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
And the question that I have, because I know we have to get the questions and I'm not on my soapbox, I don't want to get in trouble here, is do you feel that all amendments should then be respected, not just the one in reference to guns?
Absolutely. I think they should all be treated equally.
So knowing this, a lot of the people that have spoke today, and you know, I'm on social media, I'd say I recognize about half of the people that came to testify as proponents, demanded voter ID to violate the 26th Amendment. How do you feel about that?
Well, the requirement to show ID is there for me to purchase a firearm. So I don't think that if we're going to compare the amendments in the way that they're treated, I think that that's in line. I have to prove that I'm a citizen. I have to prove that I'm not a prohibited person in order to purchase that handgun.
And to vote.
And to vote. So
You can't vote if you're a felon.
now we're not here to discuss that. If you want to have a bill introduced that talks about the need to show ID to purchase a handgun or vote, I would absolutely support removing that 100% either way.
It's
But
too late
that
now.
I'm here to testify on LB 77, and I'm asking the Senate, the committee to consider what would you say was an infringement? If you have to show an ID, that's what I had to do to buy my guns. Okay, that's all I had to do to get my carry permit. But nobody's requiring me to take a civics class before I go to the ballot box. And nobody's requiring me to get a permit and have a background check before I'm allowed to vote.
I actually have answers to those, but I also don't want to keep us here until 10 o'clock tonight. So.
I would be more than happy to have
anytime
that
you're
conversation. I'm
legally,
intrigued.
Stop me, we'll have coffee, we'll chat. All right,
good.
thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
She did very good. Next proponent. Go ahead.
All right, my name's Jonathan Lathan, JONATHANLATHAN. And I'd like to thank the Judiciary Committee for being here at this hearing, especially Senator McKinney for addressing that it's not a perception, it is a reality when it comes to gun rights in certain communities. So I sat and listened to opponents speak of loopholes. Honestly, LB 77 doesn't make much of a difference in that aspect. One of the biggest loopholes in obtaining a firearm in Omaha is already in Nebraska law. Since they kept mentioning it, I'll go ahead and address it. On the OPD website under handguns, item 6 states that Nebraska State Statute 69-2403 specifies a handgun purchase certificate is not necessary if the transfer is between a person and his or her spouse, sibling, parent, child, aunt, uncle, niece, nephew, or grandparent. With that being said, under Nebraska law, you already don't need a permit to purchase a handgun in the city of Omaha, although it's registered and photo ID is presented at the station. So my question is there a NICS check being done at the police station to make sure that that's prohibited, or are they registering it so they can conduct investigations later if something was to happen? Well, law-abiding citizens aren't the ones who are committing these violent crimes. I heard Officer Roscoe mentioned, and yes, it was a tragic situation, but the gun used in that crime was purchased legally and given to an individual with ill intent. Again, speaking of loopholes, since that's the opposition's biggest argument, if your address on your purchase permit and your address on your driver's license match, you can legally obtain a handgun in any other city in Nebraska, including Lincoln, without having to register it. Firearms dealers are only liable for the information they are presented with at the time of purchase. For instance, with my Nebraska permit, I purchased 4 firearms this last weekend in Bellevue. I didn't have to register them. I walked in as a lawful person who can legally purchase and walked right out. So some of these so-called loopholes are already there. On the other side, if I was to enter Omaha with that handgun without a CHP and I was stopped because of the disproportionate contact, then I'd be guilty of a misdemeanor just because I crossed over a county line. I'm aware of this, but how many lawful owners aren't? Also, for those 4 handguns, individuals without a CHP are required to pay $15 for each firearm, again causing barriers for income-deficient individuals. And yes, open carry is legal, but I'd never open carry in Omaha or Lincoln for obvious reasons. Voting for constitutional carry can make a streamlined law for all citizens, regardless of race, religion, or how they identify, to avoid confusion and promote Second Amendment rights for all.
Thank you for being here. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks again. Next proponent.
must have some strong coffee. I couldn't help but yawning over there.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Her name is Randy Bendorf, Bendorf. I'm going to kind of skip my background until maybe after. I just wanted to go over a story that happened to a family member. I was looking through my district, which is Senator Blood. I saw the bill on domestic abuse. I thought that was dynamite. I read it all. And this plays right, it falls right into that. So back in about 2014, we had a family member that was experiencing domestic abuse, happened to live in North Platte, so we had quite a ways to drive. A lot of problems. The two younger kids are younger than 2 years getting domestic abuse. The daughter, which was I think around 8. As this progressed, it got worse, and as it progressed, her boyfriend, I'll call him, they lived together for 4 or 5 years. Got into gangs, got into selling drugs, building pipe bombs. The neighbors were so afraid of him. I've got some of the reports here for you. He would be detonating some of the bomb. This is a somewhat rural community, and they're shaking the windows in all the other houses. So at that time, I was pretty heavy in instruction and doing work myself, protecting other people. So we drove up there, and I discussed with her about getting a weapon to get her permit to purchase, made sure she did that. There was just nowhere to be found anybody that would teach a concealed carry class. So we stayed up there as much as possible. I talked to the sheriff up there, the local PD, to make sure that when this guy was incarcerated, we knew when he was getting out. So I would drive up there, and I would kind of trade off with the law enforcement. We did have to go to the courtroom and testify. So I actually walked in there with her because she was within a few feet of him as we testified. But to make a long story short, since the light's on, 6 months later, we got our concealed carry. He happened to get caught by a wonderful sheriff that got him in the middle of the night. He wanted to go in and kill he couldn't have her and the children. He was going to kill them. So the sheriff came, got him. Of course, he got the bombs, had to detonate the bombs and all those things. But it took so long for her to get her weapon, finally getting her weapon. The guy, thank God, was caught and put in jail. I mean, it's a huge stumbling block, and it wore me out driving back and forth and worrying about her. If she just kind of got a permit, she had plenty of people that I knew, law enforcement, that would train her. She would have been good to go. She could have protected those kids, but it was a bad situation. So,
thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for taking the overflow.
Next proponent. Is there a Stephanie Johnson here? Nathan Griffin or Roger Hector? Welcome.
I have in my notes here to start out, good afternoon, but now it's good evening. Thank you for your patience and your service here. My name is Wayne McCormick, WAYNE, MCCORMICK. I'm retired now, a former math teacher and management and power district. But statistics I do like. I'm not going to bore you with a lot of them, but one of them, I guess we have to make it as easy as we can for our families, our friends to defend themselves. And during the Obama administration, we had lots of shootings going on. He directed his Center for Disease Control, the CDC, to do research on self-defense, because people said, well, how often is that actually done? It turned out, surprised everybody, that between 500,000 and 3 million times a year, a firearm is used in self-defense. Not always is it discharged or anything else, but the threat of having that, or even the talk of, yes, I have a firearm, please back off or whatever. 500,000 to 3 million times is the estimate, and that's been pretty steady since that time, that each year they do this research. And so we want to make it as easy as we can for people to defend themselves
and defend themselves constitutionally. One of the things in the past years that this bill and similar bills, to me, was, okay, I go out and I purchase a firearm. The first thing I want to try to do is go down to the gun range and learn how to shoot it, learn to do it right. I don't have my concealed carry permit, so I have to be very careful when I'm transporting that firearm from my home to the training facility because I'm trying to do everything right. If I happen to cover that up with the papers or with my code, as a law-abiding citizen, I could end up being a felon. And I think this would clear that up. I've already gone through all my background checks. I've already gone through, everything that it takes to do the concealed carry. So I do appreciate your time. I do look forward to this bill being on the legislative floor. So I'm praying that you vote it out of committee so it has a chance to see it, the light of day on the legislative floor for debate. Thank you for your time and your service. And do you have any questions for me?
Any questions? For our new senators? Thank you. A good chairman would have ordered you guys food. I'm working. Well,
my name is Tim Larson, Larson. Senators, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to speak to you today in favor of LB 77 as a concerned father and citizen. I'm concerned because I read the news and I see the world becoming a more dangerous place every day. Too often we find ourselves hamstrung in our ability to meet these threats head on. Since time immemorial, the laws of nature was might makes right, and to the victor go the spoils. But weapons advance with technology, but the weakest in our society, women and children and the elderly especially, were exploited by threat of harm. But since the advent of the firearm, the situation has changed. Firearms were the great equalizer. Power used unjustly could now be met by the same power used by anyone in self-defense. The old, the weak, and the downtrodden were no longer at a disadvantage. Just within the past year, multiple mass murder events have occurred within our country, to name just three: Monterey Park, California; Highland Park, Illinois; Buffalo, New York. All three of these incidents have something in common. Each occurred in a place where freedom was already greatly limited, and people suffered as a result. Citizens paid the price for their government's mistake with their very lives. This approach to fighting crime does not work. My own cousin Jessica was murdered in 2019 by a man with a gun as she opened her place of business one morning in her small rural town, presumably with the intent to rob it. She could not defend herself because she was not armed. She was raised around guns and was capable of handling a weapon if she'd been allowed to. The framers of our nation's Constitution said the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. We must be able to possess them, and we must be able to carry them. Both are protected rights under the Second Amendment. The permit process puts unnecessary hurdles in the way of this and discourages people from doing what they ought to be able to have right to do. A right unused is a right lost. Stipulations on how and where they can be carried is an infringement, and that's why LB 77 must be passed. Ironically and tragically, my cousin likely would still have been killed 4 years ago, even if something like LB 77 had been in place, because the business she was opening was a bank, and banks are declared as gun-free zones under Nebraska law, and that would not be changing under LB 77. A carjacker loves a defenseless driver. A robber likes nothing more than an unprotected bank, and a terrorist likes the idea of gun-free churches, schools, and stadiums to go shoot up. Someone committed to an act of crime is not going to be deterred by breaking one more law. He's not going to think, oh, I really want to go rob a bank or kill some people today, but I can't legally hide my gun, so I guess I won't. That type of thinking is just asinine. My point in testifying today is the restrictions on freedom have real costs, human costs, measured in lives as well as dollars. Passing LB 77 would be a terrific first step in rolling back unconscionable and ineffective limitations over inalienable rights.
Oh, sorry, it's red.
Oh, all right.
Did you pass out?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Sorry, I had to abbreviate my comment
No, you're
because
good.
there's quite lengthy, so.
No, you're fine. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr.
I was
Rosa.
going to give you the opportunity to finish your last paragraph.
See, he's catching on quick.
Thank you.
Limiting concealed carry to only permitted citizens only makes criminals brazen because fewer people are prepared to protect themselves. If you care about the safety of Nebraskans, please bring this bill to the floor and vote to pass LB 77. Then we can move on to removing exclusion zones and situations and the duty to inform. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here. I just got my second win. I'm ready for the rest of the night. Next proponent. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you, sir. Joe Goebel, last name is Goebel. I would like to address from a different point of view. I was actually born in Lancaster and raised in South Omaha and Douglas County. I now live in the rural area. I enjoy the rural area because I definitely have a lot more freedoms, but I can tell you from living and growing up in a disadvantaged neighborhood, I believe that this will actually help a lot of our good law-abiding citizens in the disadvantaged neighborhoods who would feel a lot more comfortable in being able to get a firearm and get the training they need. A lot of them have a fear of law enforcement, so going through the permitting process as it is now, it does stop them. I've seen many good Latinos that I grew up with that were assaulted. I had a friend of mine who was murdered when we were 15 years old. And, you know, the people that murdered him were the gangs, and they still had firearms that were illegal. And I think we need to allow our citizens, all of our citizens in all of our neighborhoods and across the state of Nebraska, the ability to enjoy their rights as Nebraskans. One of the things too is I'm a 7th generation Nebraskan. I've been here a long time. I know what my family's fought for. I know how we did it. And it's because we were able to defend ourselves. We didn't have the government sitting here telling us we can only have certain things. Because at that time, we were the front line. And we still are the front line. We are the people of Nebraska. We should be backing each other up, and we should be building each other up. And that includes our disadvantaged neighborhoods and making it just as easy as we can for everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Again, I appreciate the chivalry you showed earlier.
Yes, sir. Not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Samuel Walls, SAMUELWAHLS. I served in the Marine Corps for 4 years. I'm 24 years old, and at the age of 17, I went to boot camp. I was handed a machine gun at that point in time. I've led people, and one thing I noticed was, because I was stationed in California all 4 years, it was every night on the news. I would sit there in the chow hall, and I would see a new report of a shooting. It was mass shooting or it was gang violence. It was never a bad person getting killed in these shootings, though. It was always the innocent. It was a daily occurrence. And earlier I heard someone say, why doesn't the federal government handle this? Do you really want the same federal government that perpetrated the Operation Fast and Furious on the US citizens to be handling this? Currently, I work as an 0702 special occupation taxpayer. I make machine guns now. It's what I do day in and day out. And I sell them. I sell machine guns to law enforcement legally. I sell regular firearms, handguns, self-defense pistols to 5'1" women every day so that they can better protect themselves from violent individuals that would mean to do them harm. But it's never enough to stop it. I've seen stuff that is just terrible, and I never even left the country. It was always in the lower income neighborhoods in California. The rich neighborhoods in California, they have private security. They have They pay people to have firearms, but it's never the low income. It's always, every single time those shootings happen, it was always the poor. And that's who it always ends up affecting. I'm done.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Senator Blood.
Quick question.
Yes.
Since you're talking about income levels, have you ever heard the expression, there's no justice, there's just us? Could it also be possibly that you hear more about people from lower incomes being involved with gun violence or being victims of gun violence because they're more likely to be on the news?
Why would they be more likely to be on the news?
Why?
Especially in California, you would hear about a mass shooting in Hollywood. If you heard about that, you would hear about that every day for a month. You aren't going to hear about Joe Schmo from Skid Row getting shot. It's never Beverly Hills. It's Beverly Hills that you would hear about for long periods of time. It was always Skid Row that you would hear about for a day, and it would be
You don't think
forgotten.
it's because the wealthier people had better lawyers and were able to keep it out of the media?
Why would they want to keep it out of the media? It's Hollywood.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Any more questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Any
sir.
other proponents? Any other proponents? Senator Brewer, you can come to close. We received 271 letters for the record, still short of my record of 151 letters of support, 118 in opposition, and 2 in neutral. Welcome, Senator Brewer.
Thank you. Well, first off, thanks to the committee for sticking around. I have seen this committee on other bills where, as the afternoon faded on, the number of people faded also. By you staying, you showed respect to the people who came to speak. You showed respect to me, so thank you. I appreciate it. I sometimes wish that when we came in here to testify, that we'd have to put our hand on a Bible and swear, because I think there's a lot of times that people come in and provide information that is knowingly dishonest. And I think that happened today. Let's talk a little about that. We'll start with the issue of training. I think if you listened to Trish Harold and how they explained opportunities there, there's no attempt to avoid training. The training, I think, will be better and more specific to the needs. As we look at whether this should be or not, I guess I still go back to the fact that half the states have it, and there are a number of states that are looking at it also. The issue of the A bill, if you go and look, all the lines under general funds are zeros. They did anticipate a slight reduction because there may be less people applying for permits. But if that's true, the state patrol will have less tasking there. Now, in some states like Wyoming, the number of permits actually increased, because keep in mind, with that concealed carry permit, now you can cross state lines. It's easier when you go to purchase a gun. Everybody has a carve-out idea, and they don't want to call it that, but Senator McKinney, thank you for actually telling the truth on what that is. I tried that. And what happened was I got a decision from the Attorney General. We can't make a patchwork of Nebraska with laws, so that if you cross it, you become a criminal in this town, but not this town. That's what the AG said. I'm willing to do whatever we need to do to figure out what right looks like, but that path isn't going to happen because we've got a decision from the AG. So as much as I would love to say, well, yeah, we'll tweak this, we'll tweak that, and all that, we can't and still have the law. Now, I thought Spike did a really good job of explaining the problem with these local ordinances and the fact they're probably unconstitutional if someone just had the time and the money to go and pursue it and push the issue. This bill solves that problem. The bill does not change where you can have a gun. The bill does not change who can have a gun. The people who are banned from having a gun today will be still banned after LB 77 becomes law. Now here's where I have the rub. You heard testimony today from the Omaha Police Officer Association, and quite frankly, it was wrong. And I believe they knew it was wrong, or they just did not read the bill. They said that under LB 77, a person could legally carry a gun during dangerous crimes. They used terroristic threats as an example. This is a crime, a felony crime by itself. Go under 28-1205. It is a serious felony to use or even possess a gun while you are committing a felony. Again, I wish we had to swear in a Bible when we got up here and then live with the consequences. If you've been convicted of domestic violence or been under protection, that is a serious felony offense, and you cannot possess a gun or ammunition. I think you heard a false statement from the Lincoln police chief. She said that under LB 77, that you would not be allowed, that the people would be allowed to drink or do drugs and carry concealed. That is wrong. Now, if you simply go to the bill and look under page 20, it's right there in black and white. Now, either she didn't read the bill or it was a tactic to kill the bill. So all I'm saying is we have done as much as we possibly can to have a clean bill that addresses the issue of constitutional carry, follows the Constitution, follows what the Attorney General has asked. And I'm going to leave you, I guess, with this thought that I keep having folks say, well, it's unnecessary. And I think they're kind of missing the point. There are scenarios where I don't care who you are, having a gun for a situation might be the difference between whether you or your family survive. It wasn't that long ago that the riots were right outside this building. And for the freshmen that weren't here, let me describe what happened. The rioters came, the Lancaster County Sheriff's Office surrounded the city county building and protected it and did a good job of it. The State Patrol and the Capitol Security did a good job of protecting the Capitol. A couple windows got broke, but overall, they did an amazing job considering everything that was going on. But in the meantime, between here and there, they burned, they looted, and destroyed buildings. Now, what would happen if you got on the phone and you called and you said, someone's breaking in my house? There was no one to come to your aid. The Lincoln Police Department was overwhelmed. Sheriff's Office was overwhelmed. And what are you going to do? There are those who have a right, which technically everyone has. I mean, the problem I have with those who came today and said, I support the Second Amendment rights, but that's where the rub comes in, because it is a right. It is a constitutional right that someone has. A privilege is what is given someone by the state. A driver's license is a privilege, not a right. A right is given to you under the Constitution. That's what I'm asking for today, is that you let the people of Nebraska have the right to keep and bear arms that's in both the federal and the state constitution. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your consideration. That concludes my closing.
Any questions for Senator Brewer? Seeing none, that will conclude the hearing. I did say I was gonna try to exec tonight. There are a couple senators who want to talk to you, so I'm gonna defer to them and let them talk to you, and we'll try to get on.